welcome you, Dave Barnett, along with Tom Grieve. It was 2 months and 1 day ago when Derek Holland, in some respects, really began this season because he threw a shutout in front of a lot of his hometown fans from Newark, Ohio, at Cleveland, and he has shown since there's a lot more of that came from.
He sure has, and he was terrific that day. And, there's a lot of pressure pitching in Cleveland in front of your family and all your friends, and he pitched a great game that day at a terrific fastball. He was pumped up and focused the whole game. And since that time, after that shutout, all he's done is thrown 3 more, all of them this month. He was the Ranger Pitcher of the Month. In his last 5 starts, he's 4-0. His ERA is 1.64. And because of those 3 shutouts, his opponent's batting average is only 191.
He's actually 2 shutouts away from tying the Rangers' single-season club record. Another milestone is well within reach. Good chance it happens in this series, and that is, of course, Michael Young pursuing the 2,000 career hit mark. He is 5 away as this series begins. Ubaldo Jimenez making his Cleveland Indians starting debut tonight. When we return. Brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. By AT&T, rethink possible. By TXU Energy, to find a plan that's right for you, call TXU Energy, the right things right now. And by Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards, unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. Just about ready to get started in what is going to be at least very close to record heat for Rangers Ballpark in Arlington, opened 1994. Ron Washington and the Rangers come home after a 2-4 road trip to Toronto and Detroit, still in first place by a game over the Angels at 62-50. And the Indians at 55-54, hanging in within 3 games of the Detroit Tigers. Central division runner-ups at this point, and it is a great sight there, Tom, to welcome back Dan Shimmick, longtime Rangers employee, official scorer, who was stricken ill on the last homestand and looks none the worse for the wear and tear at all. It is great to see him back here.
Yeah, I saw Dan up in the press box. I just thought he came by to say hi to everybody. He's back keeping score. Good for him.
Right back in the saddle.
Dan was the longtime traveling secretary for the Rangers right before Chris Lingus took over. Mark Holtz used to call him the people mover. Did a great job.
Well, let's check the Indians starting lineup, which will begin with Ezekiel Carrera, one of a number of players the Rangers did not see when they were in Cleveland 2 months ago. He's in center field. Jason Kipnis is another. At second base, Asdrubal Cabrera, the all-star starter at shortstop. Carlos Santana, cleanup hitting catcher. Matt Laporta at first. Kosuke Fukudome, just acquired from the Cubs at right field. Shelley Duncan is the DH. Austin Kearns in left, and Jason Donald is at third. And they will face Derek Holland, trying to join Alexi Ogando from yesterday as the Rangers top winners at 11 games apiece.
22 starts for Derek, and the numbers just keep getting better and better. He's 10-4, which is great. His ERA has come down from the upper fours to 4.14 with his 3 shutouts in the month of July. 4 complete games were all shutouts. That's the most by a Ranger starter since 1998. June 4th against Cleveland. We talked about that one in the open to the show. In front of his hometown family and friends. 5-hit shutout, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts in that game.
No earned runs in 4 of his last 5 outings. Those 3 shutouts and 1 unearned run in the game against the Twins, in which he left after 6, leading 18-1. Last 2 outings for Derek, 15 innings, that unearned run on 9 hits, a walk, 9 strikeouts. Very locked in, as he was that night, June 4th at Cleveland, in what was his first career appearance against the Tribe. This is the second time they will see him. But, Tom, with a lot of new faces in the lineup, and we'll see if there's any advantage at all there.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any advantage one way or the other. It's been a while since he faced Cleveland, and as you say, there's probably 4 guys in the lineup that weren't here the last time that we played Cleveland. Ezekiel Carrera, Jason Kipnis, the first 2 hitters, both left-hand hitters at the top of the order. Derek has been really tough on left-hand hitters lately. In fact, 105 in his last 10 starts.
Ranger defense will look this way. Hamilton at left, Chavez in center, and Cruz in right. With Young, Andrews, Kinsler, and Moreland in the infield. And the smoking hot bat of Mike Napoli behind the plate, where he's just about as hot. And we are set to go. Ezekiel Carrera called up July 14th, his second stint with the Indians. He was also up in late May, but was gone by the time the Rangers arrived at Progressive Field. And it is a record-tying 105 degrees for our first pitch.
Watch out. Whoa.
That scattered some folks in the photographer's well, just to the right of the Indians' third base dugout.
Surprised Dave Curlis didn't reach up and catch that ball. He was smart. He was ducking.
So the 0-2 pitch to Carrera, and he gets him swinging.
I would say that was a little bit of a defensive swing at that 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
A weak wave, not very convincing.
Yeah, I think by the time he finished that swing, Mike was throwing the ball back to the pitcher. Oh, good start.
3 pitches, 1 out. Here is Kipnis, rookie, just up July 21st. After making a AAA All-Star of himself at Columbus. 79, 12 homers and 55 runs batted in. Also a good stolen base threat. And he sends that one out to center field, a base hit. First 5 pitches from Holland, all strikes. Kipnis aboard with 1 out for their all-star shortstop, Asdrubal Cabrera.
Pretty good at bat right there for Kipnis. Got a good look at a fastball. Saw another one at 96 miles an hour, and he was ready for it. He ripped that ball in the center field nicely.
Kipnis can run. He was 12 for 13 stealing at Columbus. Here is Cabrera, first Indian to start an all-star game at shortstop since Lou Boudreau back in 1948, and he goes after the first pitch and follows the lead of Kipnis with a line single out to center field.
Now Derek has thrown all fastballs, and even though he's throwing 95 or 96 miles an hour, the last two fastballs have been right in the center of the plate. So it's one thing to throw your fastball for a strike, but you still have to have good location with it. That one's pretty much right in the center of the plate.
So first inning threat, and here is their cleanup hitting catcher Carlos Santana.
When Derek's at his best, that fastball is down around the knees and sinking a little bit.
As it appeared he tried to do with that one. Santana hit just .232, but against left-hand pitching .295. Switch hitter, gets a lot of extra base hits and takes low again, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Jim Wolf is the home plate umpire tonight. Darrell Cousins, the crew chief, is at first. DJ Rayburn at second, and Angel Campos is at third. 8 pitches, 6 strikes, all fastballs, and the 9th misses as well, and now 1 ball from loading the bases here in the first with 1 out. And Santana taking all the way at 95, so the velocity about as good as we've seen all year from Holland, but 2 base hits and a hitter's count here. And the 3-1 pitch fouled off, so a full count for Santana.
Yeah, the velocity is pretty much what Derek has been in his last 10 starts. Anywhere from 93 to 96. He's had consistent velocity.
Four shutouts, the most by a Ranger since 1981. Doc Medich had 4 that year. Record of 6, Fergie Jenkins in 74, Bert Blyleven in 76. And Santana fights that one off to stay 3-2. Headed 4 record, a .414 earned run average, but that is obviously dropping rapidly.
Now, Santana's only hitting .232, but he's walked 69 times. His on base percentage is .352, so he's got a good eye at the plate.
Calls time on what would have been strike 3, just as Holland was delivering.
Yeah, that's one almost a little bit of a late timeout call right there. Umpire could have, I'm not sure when Santana said anything, but he stayed right there looking at the pitcher in case he didn't get the timeout call.
Well hit to right field, and Cruz looks up to watch it sail out of here. A 3-run home run for Carlos Santana. His 17th of the year. And the Indians got a first inning jump start from their cleanup hitter.
There's been 13 pitches, 13 fastballs, and the ones that have been hit have all been up in the strike zone. Elevated, not real good pitcher's pitches, good velocity and strikes. And there's a pitch up and out over the plate.
And a no-doubter. Cruz knew that, took about 2-3 steps back, and 384 feet later, the Indians lead it 3-0. And here is Matt Laporta. There's a first breaking ball of the night. It's in there for a strike.
Yeah, you know, big league hitters can watch what's going on. When they see 13 straight fastballs, and then they get a pitch in the center of the plate, they're going to have a pretty good swing at it. Now, you can throw as many fastballs as you want if you throw good location with it. inside corner, down and away, make it sink a little bit, that's fine. But unfortunately for Derek, it's been a lot of fastballs, and a lot of them have been up and in the middle of the plate.
Back foot breaking ball, 1-2 to Laporta. Part of their young nucleus, 26, came over from Milwaukee in the CC Sabathia deal 3 years ago. He was a first-round pick by the Brewers, 7th overall the previous year, 2007. And the same pitch, but this one actually hits his foot. And Laporta gingerly will make his way down to first base, the 4th consecutive base runner allowed by Holland after the opening strikeout of Carrera on 3 pitches. Something Mike Maddox has not had to do very much. Go out and visit with Derek Holland, certainly not in a first inning in quite some time.
Right in the front foot. Just hung on to the ball a little bit. Tried to make a perfect pitch. Just yanked it down and in a little bit too much.
So that'll bring up Fukudome in his 8th game as an Indian after coming over from the Cubs. Just prior to the deadline. Laporta still in some discomfort.
In the last game that Derek pitched in Toronto, he had a fastball around 94 to 96, but he was throwing it on both sides of the plate. He was getting the fastball in on the left-hand hitters. He was getting it in on the right-hand hitters, going side to side, and just made it impossible for them to really get the good part of the bat on the ball. Unfortunately, to start this game off, he hasn't had the same command of his fastball. Now, he's had control of his fastball, throwing it for strikes, but not command of it on the corners where he wants to throw it.
It was a good outside corner fastball, evened up at a ball and a strike. Fukudome 6 for 27 so far as an Indian. Numbers with the Cubs, 273 in 87 games. Very little production though. 3 homers, only 13 runs batted in. Does get a lot of walks, gets on base well, 374 on base percentage. But after the big splash he made his first year with the Cubs, their first Japanese-born player back in 2008. A big drop-off this year, and they were willing to let him go. That year, the first rookie outfielder in Cubs franchise history to start an All-Star game. Numbers increased each of his first 3 years until this year. And they got him for 2 minor leaguers. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and Holland at 22 pitches.
Yeah, this is the kind of night when it's 105 degrees out that you don't want to get up into the mid to upper 20s with your pitch count. Start the game in the first inning.
Out of play, and still 2-2 to Fukudome. The DH Shelley Duncan will be next. And if Holland has a ground ball in him, this would be one of the more welcome double play opportunities in some time. As this first inning wears on. This after a 3-pitch strikeout of the leadoff batter Carrera.
Derek had a start at the beginning of July here against Florida where he couldn't get out of the first inning either. He gave up 4 hits, a couple of walks, and 5 runs in that game. And unfortunately, this inning looks a lot like that inning right now.
Kind of hoping against hope there. The Indians don't ground into very many double plays. But of course, nobody turns more than the Rangers. 3-2 pitch. Foul ball. Would have been a break there, at least the second out at first base. The Indians here after splitting 4 games at Fenway Park encouraging because their last homestand, they lost 6 of 8 against the White Sox, Angels, and Kansas City. They have been on a downward arc since their terrific first 2 months of the season. Matty Acta had his team 7 games up in the Central in late May. They have since lost 10 games in the standings after going 10-17 in June, 11-15 in July, and so far 2-2 in August. Ninth pitch of the at bat is lifted to left field, and Hamilton is there to haul in the second out.
Another well hit ball and another fastball kind of up in the strike zone, up and out over the plate.
So 2 outs, and here is Shelley Duncan, just called up from the minors. Up and away strategy, finally records the out.
Well, that's where the balls were. I don't know if that was the strategy or not. That's where the balls were. It looks like Derek's having a hard time keeping the ball, getting the ball down. Got a couple of balls down to Santana, but they were both out of the strike zone.
Duncan just called up because Jack Hanahan's on paternity leave. So Duncan, who has had a terrific record this year as a pinch hitter, going to get start here.
That's a little better there. That ball sunk and tailed away on the outside corner. Had some movement to it. Kept away from the middle of the plate. Different ball game when you locate it down there.
Curve is foul back, and now he is a strike away from getting out of this inning. Derek needed only 95 pitches Saturday to shut out the Blue Jays. This will be his 30th. 20 strikes, 9 balls, 2 full counts, 3 hits, a hit batter, and 2-2.
It's amazing from one game to the other. I mean, that's the way baseball is. How easy it is to get outs one day and how tough it is to get outs another day. Tough to get that last out of the inning.
And Duncan not helping it out. Another extended at bat. Indians will be back here in the middle of September to close out the season series. September 13th, 14th, and 15th. And a ground ball for Andrews. And after 32 pitches, the first inning finally ends for Holland and the Rangers. A 3-run home run by Carlos Santana has the Indians off to an early lead. It will begin as usual with Ian Kinsler at second base. Elvis Andrus at short. Josh Hamilton is at left. Michael Young playing third, batting cleanup. Nelson Cruz is in right. Napoli catching. Mitch Moreland at first. Another DH night for Yorvi Torrealba with Andy Chavez batting ninth in center field. And the Indians' debut of last year's National League All-Star starting pitcher with the Rockies, Ubaldo Jimenez.
Yeah, he's had 21 starts. He's only 6-9. Fewer hits than innings pitched. 52 wins and 702 strikeouts since 2008. That's been third in the National League, and he's one of the harder throwers in baseball consistently. Fastball always in the mid-90s, generally in the mid-90s, not necessarily always in the mid-90s. Hard slider he likes to throw.
Jimenez, a memorable year last year, April 17th. First no-hitter in Rockies history at Atlanta. Walked 6 in that game, struck out 7. Set a franchise record for the Rockies. First pitcher to have an ERA under 3 at 2.88. Third pitcher ever, 11 of 12 with an ERA under 1. That one is off the wall for Kinsler. And a leadoff double to get the Rangers' comeback effort started here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, that's the difference between hitting in our park and hitting in Detroit. If you hit that ball in Detroit, it goes about 390 feet, and Austin Jackson runs it down easily. In this ballpark, it goes just about 400 feet, a little bit farther, and the center fielder can't run it down.
All Carrera can do, get it back in as quickly as possible. Kinsler already standing at second base. And here's Elvis Andrus with an 8-game hitting streak, during which he's hitting .314. Jimenez, a lot of people felt would be dangled around trade time, but not traded, because he signed a very favorable contract for the Rockies a couple years ago. He got some security, but not very high priced, relatively speaking. But the Indians were willing to part with their first-round draft pick from '09, pitcher Alex White, third-round pick from that same draft, another pitcher Joe Gardner, Matt McBride, and a player to be named.
And everybody thinks the player to be named is Drew Pomerantz, their #1 draft choice from last year. He just can't be named yet because it hasn't been a year since he was drafted. That's who people think it's going to be. So I guess what Colorado said was, we've got a fine pitcher signed to a nice contract, but we're not going to win this year, and so we're going to reload, try to get some more depth in our farm system, and the Indians gave him 4 of their best prospects.
And taking third base as Andrus' thought bunt is Kinsler, and he gets his first stolen base, his first attempted steal, in fact, in 26 games.
Well, that's a good base to steal, because Jimenez was paying no attention to him. He takes a high leg kick. He's not quick to the plate. Very deliberate to the plate, and it gave Santana no chance to throw him out.
Ian, of course, has not been on the base paths very often. 2 for 34 before his double, but he's out there and has his first stolen base in weeks. 20th of the year, 22 tries. And now Elvis a chance at 3-2 to bring him in. And it will get Kinsler home on the wild pitch, and the Rangers are on the board.
Great to get that run back quickly. You give up 3 in the top of the inning, and the offense comes right back. Jimenez kind of been all over the place in that at bat to Andrus. Another catchable ball for Santana. Not an easy ball to block. See how it's ruled. Wild pitch, pass ball. Probably wild pitch.
So Ian scoring for the first time in 9 games. And now Josh Hamilton with a 9-game hitting streak. Sends that one just foul. Josh 2 for 5 yesterday in Detroit. And in his streak up to 308 now, the highest batting average he has had since June 6th. Talked with Yorvi Torrealba before the game, who caught Jimenez 2 years ago in Colorado. And he basically said you'll know within the first 2 innings what kind of night it's going to be. If he comes in and he's firing 97, 98 with his fastball, probably all you'll see. If, on the other hand, he doesn't have that kind of velocity, then he tends to go to his other pitches, not as good, and kind of waters down his effectiveness, will get behind in the count, and then come in with hittable fastballs. Well, he got behind Kinsler 2-1, double.
He's definitely not throwing 97.
Got behind Elvis, walked him on the wild pitch. Ahead of Hamilton now 1-2. And strike 3, out number 1. Generally, you're going to get some pretty good heat from Jimenez. Since 2008, no one has his average fastball speed, not even Justin Verlander, Josh Johnson, Edwin Jackson, David Price. But it is not always there. First half of last year, it pretty much was. A little bit spotty since then. And here's Michael Young. 1,995 hits. He got 2 more yesterday, including an RBI triple. And Michael ahead 2-0. Loves to hit against the Indians, especially here. 329 career average here, 14 straight at 400 when the Indians come to town. And shoots that one to right field, a base hit. Andrews is headed to third, and Michael is 4 hits away from 2,000.
That's an example of what Yorvi told you right there. Off-speed pitches, got behind in the count, came in with a fastball, and Michael ripped it to right center field.
Well, so far, he has pretty much called this first inning. And he may get to bat. He's 8th in the lineup, but
oh, let's hope so.
3 of the first 4 have reached. Orvita, a big part of the pregame scouting report. DHing, batting 8th. Here's Nelson Cruz. As hot a bat as there is. Unless your name is Mike Napoli. 4-game hitting streak, 7 for 15. 2 more hits yesterday. And Cruz up to 269. The highest his batting average has been since April 16th. With that stretch of hitting over his last 39 games.
That's the key. Stay off the off-speed pitches. Slider and that changeup that he throws, whether it's a splitter or a changeup, breaks down pretty sharply. Kind of pitch looks like he'd have a hard time throwing it for a strike. Now here we go. 2 off-speed pitches, 2-0 count. What's he going to throw Nelly Cruz right here? Another off-speed pitch. Probably a better choice.
Now, does he see another one here?
Well, I don't know. He's got to be worried the way Michael jumped on his fastball, the way Ian jumped on his fastball. He struck Josh out with off-speed pitches. He might just stick with it right here. Nelly is looking fastball all the way here. Thought he was going to get one. Just got fooled by the off-speed pitch. He laid off a couple of them earlier in the count.
Well, got the fastball laid off of it, and it's 2-2.
A borderline pitch. I think Nelly thought that pitch was up a little bit. That was a strike. Not up. Not up. Outside part of the plate. Borderline pitch.
And get some swinging on the breaking ball. So 2 outs here in the inning. Strikeouts of Hamilton and Cruz.
That's good hard breaking ball, and that's a big strikeout right there for Jimenez. Hard curveball. Got the strikeout. 1 out, man on third base.
Well, now can he take care of Mike Napoli? Since the All-Star break, hitting .472, is driven in runs in 6 straight games, which equals his career high from May of 2007 with the Angels. And in 4 of those 6 games, he's done it in part with home runs. So his hitting streak coming in at 8 games, 15 for 32. Listed at 6'4", 210. Seems like he might look even a little taller up there. Maybe it's just the delivery. Such a maximum delivery. There's way back. One reason Kinsler was able to steal third on him. And Napoli looks at the 2-0 fastball in there for a strike. Last year had a sensational start. This year didn't get his first win until his 10th start of the year. It was a 4-hit shutout at Dodger Stadium. And that one looped into right center field, and the right fielder Fukudome is there, but the Rangers come back with the run on 2 base hits. They leave 2, and after 1 they trail the Indians 3-1. We'll try and get to Melissa Newton's mic straightened out. Meanwhile, Austin Kearns will lead off the second inning after Derek Holland threw 32 pitches in the first, and a good start to the second here to Kearns. Not having much of a year, hitting .204, 2 homers, 7 runs batted in 54 games.
Much better there. Two good fastballs right in on the hands. Instead of up and out over the plate where the hitters could get their hands extended, he pounded both those fastballs into Kearns. Makes it much more difficult for the hitter. That's what he was doing in Toronto. Make the hitter aware of the fastball in, then throw it away. It looked like in the first inning he was just throwing hard and everything was going toward the center of the plate.
He was throwing strikes and continues to. 36 pitches, 25 strikes, but hittable strikes.
Yeah, that's the difference. Not quality pitcher strikes. You know, the other side of it is you can throw balls 95 and 96 even if you're hitting near the middle of the plate, not necessarily give up two line drives to center and a home run. Someone might pop one up. You can still get outs with those pitches. Not like it's automatically a base hit. So it's one thing to make those pitches, but you have to give the Cleveland hitters credit too. Kipnis, Cabrera, and Santana. They may have gotten a pitch in a decent location, but they're the ones that went up there and hit it too. That's easier said than done.
Derek, after getting ahead of Kearns here, not needing to lose the leadoff man, it's exactly what happened. So
yeah, that's not a good at bat right there. You get ahead in the count with two quality pitches, and then you walk a guy Kearns who's struggling all season long.
Let's try again, Melissa Newton.
Hey Dave, thanks for having me here tonight. Earlier today, about 500 Rangers fans celebrated the pending induction of Kenny Rogers into the Texas Rangers Baseball Hall of Fame. All of this went down at the Dr. Pepper Texas Rangers Hall of Fame luncheon. Attendees enjoyed roundtable conversation with some other Hall of Famers, including Nolan Ryan, Jim Sudberg, Toby Harrah, Rusty Greer, Tom Grieve, Ruben Sierra, and Charlie Huff. Net proceeds from the event go to benefit the Texas Rangers Foundation. For more information on that and its events, go to texasrangers.com/foundation. Dave, back to you.
All right, Melissa, thanks. Well, the first pitch to Jason Donald, the fastball, he blisters off the glove of Michael Young, and the first two Indians are aboard here in the second.
Yeah, just so far 9 batters through this game. It has not gone well for Derek. The Indians have taken a lot of good swings. That was a rope by Donald right there. Michael doesn't get a glove on it. Probably goes down in the corner for an extra base hit. The other side of it is if it sticks in Michael's glove, it's an out, but that ball's hit about 100 miles an hour. Looks a little different in slow motion than it was to Michael coming at him.
Top of the order, Carrera, who struck out on 3 pitches. It looked like Derek might sail again. Then the Kipnis single on the second pitch. Cabrera likewise line drive single to center on the first pitch. 3-2 pitch. Santana hit out to right. Laporta then hit by a pitch. Recovered to get Fukudome and Duncan. Trouble here in the second. And 1-1 to Carrera. That had to be a fun panel discussion you were part of today.
Yeah, it was great. I thought everybody was enjoyable to listen to, especially Kenny. Eric Nadel interviewed Kenny for about 15 or 20 minutes, and Kenny kind of told his story from start to finish, and it was just terrific. Well spoken, humble, very informative to a lot of the people there. You might not have known Kenny's entire story, how he got into professional baseball, how he developed into an all-star. I think the people that came had a very enjoyable afternoon.
Well, we look forward to visiting with Kenny ourselves on the broadcast tomorrow night. 2-2 now to Carrera. There is already activity in the Ranger bullpen, and the long man, Scott Feldman.
Well, you got Kenny up to 45 pitches. And so you pretty much have to get somebody up in the bullpen right now. You've got an excellent long man in Scott Feldman. And hopefully Derek will get a double play, get out of the inning, and Scott can sit down. But just in case it keeps going, you have to have Scott ready this time.
That looper will land out of play foul. Guerrero's first major league plate appearance. A game-winning RBI bunt single. '25th game. 2 stints with the Indians. Chance to add to their 3-1 lead, and he gets a breaking ball, sends it pretty deep to right field. Cruz is there for the out. It's deep enough to get Austin Kearns to third. So a productive first out of the 3rd inning by Carrera. First and third, now 1 out.
Didn't get the bunt down, so it's 1st and 3rd, which gives you an opportunity to get a double play. Jimenez started everything in the 1st inning with that line shot to center field. He took a strike and then ripped the next one.
And then Cabrera ripped the first pitch, and since then the Indians have seen a lot of pitches. 5 of their 10 batters have seen at least 5. A couple more than that. So here is Kipnis, 2nd round pick, 2009, out of Arizona State. Called up July 21st. Sensational player for the Sun Devils. Consensus All-America, Pac-10 Player of the Year, Golden Spikes semifinalist.
He's hit 300 everywhere he's been in his brief minor league career. He looks like a good hitter.
And he'll get a 2-0 pitch here from Holland. Kipnis quickly moved through the Indian system. They called him up after just 253 minor league games. Their minor league player of the year last year. So the Indians making quite a few moves since the Rangers saw them a couple of months ago. A lot of youth in this lineup. Still in the race, though, just 3 back of the Tigers. As that ground ball flagged down by Kinsler for the out at first base. But it gets Austin Kearns home and makes it 4-1 Indians. As Kipnis drives in his 6th run.
Not much you could do to keep that run from scoring. Rangers had 1st and 3rd and 1 out. Jimenez got a big strikeout. Kipnis made some contact, weak contact, but effective contact, got the RBI.
So here's Cabrera. See what Holland gives him on the first pitch this time. It is not the fastball down the middle. And Andrews bobbles what should have been out number 3. Boy, that seems to be happening with greater frequency. That is his 22nd error of the year.
He just looked like he laid back on the ball. It's a slowly hit ball and kind of back on his heels. See him back on his heels. Going to have to be a long throw from there. Back on his heels with a lot on it to get Cabrera, who runs pretty well. That kind of a ball, I think Elvis is better served as he's coming in for the ball, coming toward first base, than waiting back on his heels like that. It looked like he just let the ball play him.
So now here is Santana, who got them off to their lead with the 3-run homer in the first. Elvis now at 22 errors, 6 more than he made all of last year, 1 more than he made in his rookie year in 145 games. Prolonging the inning now for Holland. It's already given up a run as the leadoff walk to the number 8 hitting Austin Kearns comes back to bite him. And that one is headed for the gap and the wall in left center field. Donald scores. Here comes Cabrera around third, and he is in there ahead of a good throw. Carlos Santana has driven in 5 runs in the first 2 innings, and it is 6-1 Indians.
Well, the Indians make the Rangers pay for that error. And that error is just a careless error. Just lack of concentration. It's not physical. Elvis has the physical ability to make that play. He just laid back and didn't play the ball the way he should have.
So that will be a very early exit tonight for Derek Holland. Should have been out of the inning. Couldn't make the pitch he needed after the error by Elvis. And goes just an inning and 2/3. His second shortest outing of the year, next to the 2/3 of an inning, July 2nd, when he gave up 5 runs on 4 hits and a couple of walks to the Florida Marlins. So Derek gone. Scott Feldman in when we return. Roll, the long man, never wants to be used quite this early, but he is in trying to get the last out of the second inning in a game the Rangers already trail 6-1. And Scott on for the 4th time since coming off the 60-day disabled list.
Good opportunity for Scott to get some innings in. Most of the work that he's been getting is just to get an inning in to stay sharp, not really in a long relief effort. And as a long man, really, you're hoping not to get in a game, because it means if you do that the starter wasn't successful that night. But now Scott's here in the second inning, you know, with a chance to hopefully pitch 3 or 4 innings.
Well, ball 1 to Laporta, hit by a pitch his first time up.
Well, Scott had the knee injury and feels a lot better now. He wasn't able to do a lot when he had that knee injury, and he's lost, 5 or 10 pounds. Says his knee feels a little bit better with a little less weight, and he can push off on his back leg much better now. Wasn't able to do that last year.
Well, Laporta sends that one a long way, but hooks it foul. Way back there. Almost hit his name on the ribbon board up there in the left field corner.
That was a hanging curveball that Scott got away with. Fortunately, Laporta was out in front of it to the point where he didn't keep it fair. No problem with distance, though.
Yeah, actually above his name. That's in the lower suite level. Well foul, though. Quite a shot. Santana at second. And headed for third, and the throw in time from Napoli to Young.
What in the world is he doing? But thank you very much for doing it. Catcher trying to steal third with 2 outs. Don't see that very often. And you don't see a successful attempt very often in those circumstances.
And we didn't see one here.
Dave. Earlier today, Rangers fans got a special treat as they debuted a brand new song called That's the Way Baseball Go. It was actually written by Bob Simpson and his wife Janice, who are joining me right now. Tell us first just how y'all got the idea.
Well, I grew up listening to Merle Haggard, and I was driving down the road one day, and I was kind of singing That's the Way Love Goes to myself. I said, wait, I could change that to That's the Way Baseball Go. And then we started working on it about 3 months ago. And our good fortune is that Merle Haggard would record it. And so I think that's going to make it. And it's a great tribute to Ron and the fans. So.
And he was completely surprised by this. Tell us what he said after he heard it.
He said, you know, you just never know the impact a saying's going to have when you say something. So I would guess it just came out of his mouth in reflex in an interview a year or two ago, and that stuck. And then as the music was playing, he held out his arm. That's making the hair stand up on my arm. So he was very, very touched. He's a sweet man, and we love Ron Morris.
Very humble man. That's awesome, and it is available on iTunes for download, or it will be?
It will be in a couple of days, and we're going to donate the proceeds to the Texas Ranger Foundation, which is for underprivileged youth. And so we hope everyone downloads it. The more, the better, because the money's going to go to a good cause.
Yes. Well, thank you guys very much. It's a great song. We'll send it back up to you, Dave.
All right, Melissa. Well, how great must it be as Moreland sends a ground ball to Kipnis first out of the second inning. First of all, to have a song written about you, and secondly, to be able to commission Merle Haggard to put that song together.
Yeah, pretty nice. Pretty nice. I think you can tell by the look on Ron's face how much he appreciated it.
We'll give you a little sample of That's How Baseball Go by Merle Haggard. Lyrics by Bob Simpson after Torrealba steps up here, DHing again. Role that is becoming a little more frequent for Yorvit. He'd only done it once the last couple of weeks, and he comes in with a very hot bat. Ron Washington wanting to keep him in the lineup. 423 in his last 7 games, 4 multi-hit games, and 6 runs batted in that stretch. Jimenez not very impressive in the first inning. Limited the damage to a run, and now the second time he takes the mound, he's got a 5-run lead. Gave up a double to Kinsler on the 4th pitch he threw as an Indian. He scored on a wild pitch. And Torrealba keeps it going, sending that one into the corner. Another double for Yorvit Torrealba.
I think the thing Yorvit's doing best right now is he's using the whole field. He's going back through the middle, and the ball is away from him like that, and that's kind of in the middle of the plate. He's driving the ball to center field or right center field, and in this particular case, he slices it right down the right field line. Just in a pretty good groove right now.
So a double, first time he faces his former battery mate this year. 1 out now. Here's Chavez. Kind of going the other way lately. Indy 2 for his last 16. But had a terrific series at Cleveland. 8 for 12, played 3 of those 4 games. Scored 3, drove in 3, doubled and tripled. Jimenez still searching for command. He's got the 95-plus fastball, but 36 pitches, 19 have missed the strike zone. Consistently behind. So far, only 1 walk. That was to Andrus, who was stranded at third.
He's made some big pitches when he needed to. He struck out Cruz first and third and 1 out. And then with men on first and third and 2 outs, he got Napoli to fly out. So he really finished off the inning strongly. First 4 hitters, he threw a lot of pitches. There's a chance of getting himself in trouble right here.
3-1. Chavez, the 9th Ranger batter, 5 of the 9. Jimenez has fallen behind 2-0.
Jimenez throughout his career has been a little bit prone to the walk.
Line drive right to Kipnis, out number 2.
In 2008, 198 innings. He walked 103 batters. He walked 85 and 92 the 2 years after that. This year he's on pace to be a little bit better than that. But he's walked at times 4.5 to 5 guys per 9 innings. Got great stuff though. He's pitched around a lot of those walks. His strikeouts have gone up each year. 172, 198, 214. Third in the league in strikeouts last year. His innings have gone up every year too. 221 innings last year. Well, he's a quality guy, but they paid a lot to get him in the way of young prospects.
Second time up now for Kinsler, and he looks at a breaking ball strike.
It was a pretty good trade deadline to have a relief pitcher or a really good starting pitcher to trade. The Rangers gave up a nice package to get the 2 relief pitchers that they went out to acquire, and there were other teams bidding on them too. Tigers paid the price with young players to go out and get a starting pitcher, and Cleveland sent 4 of their best prospects to Colorado. A lot of good young players changed teams at the trade deadline.
Yeah, the Indians were not thought to be really in the Jimenez Derby. A lot of people thought it would be the Yankees or the Red Sox.
Well,
and a lot of people thought that Colorado would keep him because he's under club control for another 2 years.
I think they would have kept him and felt good about it if they didn't get the offer they were looking for. I think they were willing to listen, and if they were overwhelmed by an offer of young players, then they were willing to do it. And up until Cleveland paid that price, they hadn't received that kind of an offer, but Cleveland was willing to do it.
3-1 pitch to Kinsler, misses low. And there is the second walk issued by Ubaldo Jimenez. Why don't we now sample That's How Baseball Go by Merle Haggard, lyrics by Bob Simpson.
That's the way baseball go, babe. That's the way it goes. Cloudy day or skies are blue. Some you win and some you lose. Losing makes me sorry. There ain't no need to worry. No matter what.
There you go. A little taste. Oh, we're not done.
That's great. Virtually everybody that I've seen and talked to that heard that has loved it.
1-0 pitch to Elvis. Up the middle and through for a base hit. Yeah, that'll get Torrealba home. The throw to third, not in time to get Kinsler. And taking the extra base is Elvis Andrus.
Well, the Rangers keep coming back. They haven't been able to get the big inning, but base hit right here, and they'll have it.
Well, Elvis Air leading to 2 unearned runs in the Indians' second, so he gets one back there.
He gets the sinker, coming in on him a little bit, but he keeps his hands in with that inside-out swing and finds the middle of the field. Picks up Torrealba. Kind of sets the stage for a big hit for Josh right here.
Good throw by Carrera, just not in time. And so here is Hamilton. 2 in scoring position, 2 outs. He struck out swinging on off-speed stuff his first time up. Sees the same here and fouls it off. This is one team Elvis Andrus absolutely dominates. 3 years now, he's at .422, far and away his best average against any American League opponent. On base percentage of near .500 as that bat sails what's got to be close to record distance. Hopefully everybody's okay down there. See Similar tosses, but most of them end up down the right field line.
Although Jimenez had 6 runs for him, but he's going to throw his 50th pitch in 2 innings, so the Rangers are working him over a little bit. They just haven't got the one big hit.
That was pretty hard hit, but right to Kipnis. So 2 of the biggest outs of the 6 he's recorded. Josh Hamilton. Rangers get a run, though. 2 base hits. They leave 2 in scoring position. Let's let Burrell take us to break. Today, Toyota moving forward. And by Budweiser, great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Scott Feldman came in to get the last out, although he didn't have a whole lot to do with it, of the 2nd inning. Matt Laporta was at the plate, and he grounds the first pitch of the 3rd to Elvis Andrus. Feldman came in after Derek Conlon left. After 53 pitches, an inning and 2/3, had just given up a 2-run double to Carlos Santana, who ended that inning inexplicably trying to steal 3rd base. Although he was 4 for 6 stolen base department before then.
Dave, I want to thank Patsy Harden for the delicious chocolate icebox pie that she sent up. She is our producer, Kurt Deichert's mother-in-law, our statistician Fritz Deichert's grandmother, and she's a great Ranger fan. I know she's watching tonight, so Patsy, your chocolate pie was a huge hit up here. Thank you very much. I want to say a happy birthday wish to Ashley Berry. And even though it's late, I didn't get this until today. I want to wish a happy 58th wedding anniversary to Clois and Betty Fowler. They're from Abilene, Texas. They're big Ranger fans. Hope you're watching tonight. I'm sorry I missed your 58th anniversary. It was actually July 31st, but if you're watching tonight, happy anniversary. And the last one comes from Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Bacon. They're from Tyler, Texas. And today they are celebrating. We're celebrating this ground ball out to 2nd base right now. They're celebrating something a lot more important than that. An Eagle Scout ceremony of their son, Dylan Andrew Bacon. Congratulations, Dylan, on such a fine accomplishment. That's tonight in Tyler, Texas.
Shelley Duncan now, the DH, who ended the 1st with the fielder's choice grounder. So Feldman in there for 3 straight outs, 2 of which he's actually recorded on the grounders here to Laporta and Fukudome. Duncan, of course, the son of longtime pitching coach Dave Duncan. Brother Chris also played with the Cardinals 05 through 09. And he sends that one a long way to left field and out of here. Home run number 4 for Shelley Duncan, and it's 7-2.
The Rangers had to work hard to get their run in the second. One swing of the bat, and Duncan gets it right back in the top of the third. That's a hanging curveball, and that's the one that Laporta almost hit out of the ballpark, but he pulled it foul. Duncan didn't miss that one.
Second home run by the Indians. Santana, the 3-run shot in the first to get them going. And here's Kearns, who got the second going by getting a leadoff walk from Derek Holland. Duncan's such a late addition that he was not even included in their game notes because he was only brought into Arlington because of the delivery of the wife of Jack Hanahan. And he acted mighty glad he made it. And after the walk to Kearns, Holland then gave up a single to the number 9 hitter, Donald. Then he got 2 outs. Carrera on a fly ball, Kipnis on a ground ball, which scored Kearns. Then the killer error by Andrews on the grounder by Cabrera. And then Santana chased him with the 2-run double, scoring the 2 unearned runs. So Derek in an inning and 2/3, 6 runs, 4 earned, 5 hits, a walk, a strikeout, a hit battery through 53 pitches after throwing 95 in his shutout Saturday at Toronto. A home run by Duncan, 418 feet. Two and 2 to Kearns. High first-round pick in 1998. Another Arizona State product. Several of those in this game. 7th overall that year by Cincinnati. But has bounced around. Career .257 hitter. Cincinnati, Washington, Yankees, and Cleveland. A 1-year free agent deal this year at 31. Indians only out hitting the Rangers 6-4. But 4 runs on home runs. And a called strike 3. Kearns headed down to first base. And that'll do it for the Indians' third. But they add to their lead, and it's now 7-2. The Texas Rangers Baseball Hall of Fame. You can join us for autographs from Rangers alumni on the third base concourse at 5 p.m., followed by the special pregame ceremony. Tickets available now at TexasRangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS. On-field ceremony that we will cover before the game that starts about 20 till 7. First pitch at 7:15, so Rangers Live will have that ceremony. Michael Young singled his first time up, 4 hits away from 2,000. And a diving stop by Kipnis, robbing him of 1,997.
A nice play right there by Kipnis. Nice agility. First time we've had a chance to see Kipnis. Early returns look pretty good. Hard hit ball. Nice play with a dive. Strong throw. Has a base hit to start a 3-run rally.
Get this in the spot that when the Rangers first saw the Indians was the veteran Orlando Cabreras.
Yeah, this is an upgrade, I think. A little bit quicker, a little more agility, younger.
First pitch to Cruz backs him off. He struck out swinging in the first. Kelly 2 hits in all 3 games at Detroit. After sitting out the last 2 games in Toronto with a tight left quad. Jimenez still not a very good relationship with the strike zone in this game. 56 pitches, 29 balls. 2 walks, neither of which scored.
He's been in trouble both innings. It's been Rangers have left men on first and third in both of the first 2 innings. They just needed that one more hit to kind of break open a nice big inning, but didn't get it. Josh hit the ball hard, but unfortunately there's one hopper to second base.
Called strike at the knees. Strikeout number 3, 2 of them. Cruz the victim.
Good pitch. Ball came back. Had good movement on it. He has good movement on his fastball. Sinks and comes in toward a right-hand hitter.
So here is Napoli. Came up with first and third, 2 outs in the first and flied out to right. Rangers tonight 1 for 5 with runners in scoring position. 1 hit supplied by Andrews in the second. The delivery of Jimenez, it would seem, would be very difficult to pick up the ball as far back as he rears back.
A little herky-jerky.
Napoli lifts another one into the seats. Only now as he throws 3 strikes to Napoli as he got more strikes than balls. At 61 pitches.
I think his fastball is getting better as the game's gone on. Fastballs to Napoli have gotten as high as 98.
If not for the struggles of Holland, a run at each of the first 2 innings, Rangers would be pretty happy about that. Just not enough, and there's another shot for a base hit by Napoli. A 9-game hitting streak for Mike.
You had him 0-2. Shook off a couple of signs, threw him a fastball, no problem there, but let's see where the fastball was. Looked like a pretty good fastball for Mike to rip into right field. Not terrible though, down and away. Good job of hitting by Mike. Might not have been exactly where he was trying to throw it.
So Jimenez a strike away from his first 1-2-3 inning. In fact, his first inning to face fewer than 6 batters. Now here's Moreland, who grounded to second, leading off the second. It's a series the Rangers have dominated the last 3 years. 4-game sweep this year. 6 in a row overall. And beginning with the 09 season, the Rangers are 16-3 against Cleveland.
You got to get a good pitch right here. Mitch grounded out on a head in the count on a pretty good sinker last time up. Not a great pitch to hit. You're 2-0, down by 5 runs. Can't swing just for the sake of swinging right here. You got to get a good fastball to hit. All right, got a good look at it.
(16-3) and no accident. Out hitting the Indians 320 to 212, just about twice as many runs per game.
Now, earlier in the season, the Rangers had a great series in Cleveland, swept them 4 straight.
Last team to do that in Cleveland, 4-game sweep, the White Sox back in July of 05. This game, though, Rangers in come from behind mode before they even took their first swings against Ubaldo Jimenez, down 3-0 in the first on a Santana home run. Down 6-1 before they batted in the second, got a run. Duncan's homer got that run back to make it 7-2.
A good pitch to hit right there. Got a fastball and missed it.
Little ladder climbing there, and he fights that one off.
You have him at averaging 23 pitches an inning after this next pitch. They only had 2 runs, but they made him throw a lot of pitches. You just got to stop the Indians from scoring.
Well hit into the gap, right center field, and one hop off the wall. Napoli headed around third. The relay sails, and Jimenez backing up the play almost makes the tag.
That would have been incredible because he was out of position, really. He was so close to the catcher. Most balls are going to get right by him, too. But he's also pretty tall, and even the ball that went over Santana's head, he was there to catch it. I was afraid he was going to make the tag at the plate as well.
He almost did. Wow, that was close.
The ball is missed right there, and that's the reason he was able to score. Just gave one extra step or two. The throw is high, offline. Whoa.
How close
really
is this?
Close.
This angle will show. Wow, inches away. And he should have been well behind the play instead of basically right on top of the plate, perhaps.
No, that's not where you back up the plate. You back about, well, maybe near the warning track is where you need to be.
Mistake almost turned into a run-saving play. Jimenez able to throw out Torrealba. But the Rangers get another run. They have a run on 2 hits in each of the first 3 innings. Now, can they do something about the Indian bat? Trivia question. We continue our weekly Kenny Rogers theme. One of 3 pitchers in Rangers history to win 17 games in a season in 31 starts or less. Name the other 2. I could give you a big hint, but it would be just too big a hint. And the other one goes back to the early days of Ranger pitching greatness. Scott Feldman on for his second full inning in relief of Derek Holland. Gone after an inning and 2/3. And he's got the 9-1-2 hitters Donald, Carrera, and Kipnis here in the Indian 4th.
Well, Scott's throwing some good sinkers and some good cutters. The pitch he's struggled a little bit with has been his curveball. He's hung a couple of them. One went for a home run. One went for a long foul ball. There's a good cutter on the outside corner.
Donald first time up a single.
There's a little bit better curveball right there. Kept it down and away.
Jason Donald, Philadelphia 3rd-round pick out of the University of Arizona. 2 years ago went to the Indians at the deadline for their Cliff Lee trade. Major League debut last year. Included a 4-hit game here on July 5th. Started this year on the disabled list. Fractured his left hand when he was hit by a pitch in the spring. They activated him late April, sent him to AAA Columbus, where he hit .310 in 47 games. They called him up Sunday. 3rd game of the year with the Indians. He is 2 for his first 7. As Feldman gets his 2nd straight strikeout. He got Kearns to end the 3rd. Let's check in again with Melissa Newton.
Well, hey guys, we, as you know, are inducting Kenny Rogers into the Baseball Hall of Fame tomorrow. But for right now, we are joined by another Hall of Famer, Charlie Hough. Charlie, tell us a little bit about that moment when you were first inducted. What did that feel like?
It's quite a thrill. I mean, it really is. You know, I got to play here for a long time in the old ballpark, and to come back here and see a big crowd and stuff, it's very nice.
Do you miss being out on the mound?
I miss it. I think anybody that got to play a long time misses it, but eventually you get too old to do it.
You know, I bet this Texas heat, though, I bet you don't miss that.
You know, I kind of liked it, but you're right. I don't miss it too much right now. But when I played here, I thought it was a good place to play because I had an advantage over the other team. I know they didn't want to play in it.
And always going to be a Texas Rangers fan?
Oh, for sure.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Dave, we'll send it back up to y'all.
All right, Melissa. He's a knuckleballer. There's no such thing as too old to be a knuckleballer.
Well, not too old maybe to throw the knuckleball, but maybe too old to field a bunt, cover first base, and those kind of things. And he played a long time. He played well into his 40s. A lot of people don't realize after he left here, he played a couple of years in Chicago and a couple of years for the Marlins. So he played 4 years after he left here. And he was a good one, boy.
Our Ford leaderboard for tonight. All-time Ranger wins. You got Charlie Hough and Kenny Rogers 1-2. Then Bobby Witt and Fergie Jenkins.
One thing about Charlie, he never made an excuse. When he pitched great, he gave credit to his teammates. And when things didn't go so well, he never shied away from taking the blame himself. I never heard Charlie say, I had bad luck. He either said, everything worked well tonight, or I didn't have a good knuckleball and I got beat, my fault.
Well, he had some bad luck because he almost had a no-hitter June 1986 at Anaheim.
Yeah, I unfortunately was sitting there watching it.
George Wright came in for defensive purposes, dropped a fly ball in left field. Winning run scored on a wild pitch or pass ball? Pass ball?
I can't remember which one it was. But Bobby Valentine had put George in. George was a terrific outfielder. Gary Ward was playing left field. Gary was a pretty decent outfielder, really. But, you know, Bobby's going with his best, and he put George out in left field, and he misjudged a ball out in left field and turned a possible no-hitter, and worse, it turned a possible win into a loss. That was the worst part of that.
The Rangers in the race at that point.
Yeah, that was one of the tough losses, boy.
That was one of the most shocking moments, I think, at that point Ranger history. George Wright missing that. Great defender that he was. So almost a night of immortality that night for Charlie Huff, but he had many more great nights after that. Feldman has a pretty great fourth inning, retiring the Indians in order. 2 strikeouts. He gets Donald and Kipnis.
Had the curveball working by the end of that inning.
3 strikeouts to his last 4 batters faced. ...17 wins in 31 starts or less. Fergie Jenkins, 18 wins in just 30 starts in 1978 after returning to the club. And Scott Feldman, Ranger Pitcher of the Year 2 years ago, 17 wins in 31 starts. He did not enter the rotation that year until April 25th, and then went 17-8 with a .379 earned run average and 31 starts the rest of the way. Tied for 4th in the league in wins that year. Andy Chavez lined out to the second baseman Kipnis his first time up. This will be already the 73rd pitch of the night for Ubaldo Jimenez. And now every Ranger has come up at least twice against him, or right at twice. They have averaged about 4.2 pitches per at bat. Mitch Moreland's already seen 12 pitches, Cruz 10. That continues. He may be up against trying to get in 5 innings for the win, assuming he's still got the Indians ahead at this rate anyway. That'll help though. Called strike 3. Chavez caught looking to begin the fourth strikeout of the night for Jimenez.
Yeah, the way the Rangers get it to that point is they've got to get some men on base and keep scoring runs. That'll all depend on how many batters he faces in the next 2 innings. If he has 1, 2, 3 innings, he won't have a problem. The Rangers can continue to put a couple of men on base each inning. Could get to be a little bit of a problem for him.
Well, each of the first 3 a run on 2 hits. They left 2 in the first, 2 in scoring position in the second, 1 in the third. And he has yet to solve Ian Kinsler, who led off the game with a double. Stole third, his first stolen base in 26 games, and scored on a wild pitch, his first run scored in 9 games. Hadn't scored in 8 straight. Longest scoreless stretch of his career was 9 September of 09. But he ended a couple of streaks in that first inning. Last time up he walked. And then Andrews followed with an RBI single. Located fastball at 95 miles an hour, and it's 1-2. Line drive, speared by Cabrera. The Rangers have had a couple of those right at the defense.
And line drive to short, line drive to second. Josh hit a one hopper to second. Had that hard ground ball up the middle that Kipnis dove and made a play. I think that was Michael Young that hit that. So yeah, there's been 4 balls that didn't get through the infield that were hit really well. So it's hard to look at Jimenez tonight and say he's been sharp. Most nights, if you had 3 runs against him in 3 innings, you'd be feeling pretty good about your output. It's going to take more than that tonight, though.
Elvis has reached both times. First inning walk, the RBI single in the second, his 39th run batted into the year. 4-9 game hitting streak now. Hits are even in this game at 6. Difference is none of the Rangers hits have left the yard. 2 have for the Indians. Their big blast, a 3-run first inning home run by Carlos Santana. Then a 2-run double in the second by Santana. 2 at bats into the game. He already had a career high 5 RBIs. Shelley Duncan also has added a homer. The Rangers scratching back from the first time they stepped up. And Andrews looks at a nasty call, strike 3. And the first 1-2-3 inning for Ubaldo Jimenez with his 4th and 5th strikeouts. Is brought to you by Sports City Toyota. Come see us at sportscitytoyota.com. And by Whataburger, just like you like it. Record time 105 degrees for our first pitch tonight at Rangers Ballpark. And the Indians came out with their bats blazing. 3 in the first, 3 more in the second. Solo homer in the third. Feldman, though, has retired 4 straight. A 1-2-3 fourth, which featured 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, Scott had good curveball the last inning. Got the strikeout of Kipnis with a nice curveball. He's throwing some good cutters, good sinkers. Throwing the ball well. Had the 1 pitch to Duncan, the curveball that was a little bit too far up, and he hit it for a home run.
That's the only batter he has not retired. After replacing Holland with 2 outs in the second inning that ended with Santana thrown out trying to steal third. And 2-1 to Cabrera, who was singled and reached on the really costly error by Andrush. Would have been the third out of the second inning. Routine ground ball followed by Santana's 2-run double.
Yeah, you never know what would have happened if he makes that play. It's 4-2 after 2 innings, and maybe Derek's still in the game. You know, who knows what happens. But you know, that's just a careless play by a guy that's got a lot more ability than to make a play like that. But Derek got himself in trouble in that inning to begin with. He had an 0-2 count on Austin Kearns and walked him to start the second inning. So a little bit of blame to go around.
Bobble by Kinsler, recovers and gets the out. Feldman getting ground outs and strikeouts.
Well, he's got good movement on all his pitches tonight, whether it's a cutter, whether it's a sinker. And you just have to think what he said is just such an important part of it for any pitcher to be able to push off with your back foot. And last year, he didn't pitch well last year. He'd be the first to admit that. But it was probably difficult for him. He was in pain. Finally, he needed surgery on his knee. And it took a long time to rehab it, but he's throwing the ball well right now.
And he never said anything last year. Never issued one excuse.
No, when I interviewed him the other day, I tried to give the excuse for him that must have been difficult to pitch, and he said, I just didn't pitch very well. And then, you know, I guess he's right, but it might have been a little bit of a reason behind it.
Well, this is the Feldman form of 2 years ago. Ground balls and strikeouts. 4 grounders, 3 strikeouts.
When Scott was really throwing the ball well that year, hitters didn't like to face him. I can remember the Yankees talking about that when he went into Yankee Stadium and beat them, throwing the cutter in on the left-hander's fists, throwing the sinker in on the right-hander's fists, mixing in his curveball. And it's just a matter of now getting the opportunity. It looks like he's healthy. Going to get a good opportunity tonight to throw a lot of pitches. And eventually he'll get his chance to get back in the rotation.
Well, there is his first walk. And it's to Santana, who already has a career high with 5 runs batted in. He had a walk-off grand slam home run April 29th against the Tigers. That was his career high. The 4 RBIs on that one swing. So 1 out. Santana aboard for Laporta, who was hit by a pitch in the first. Grounded to short to begin the third. The Indians 3 back of the Tigers. Starting play tonight. And things are going well for Detroit in Kansas City in the 7th inning, as they lead the Royals 3-0. Tigers batting top of the 7th in that game. Rick Porcello throwing a 4-hitter. And in Anaheim, just a few minutes away from starting, Seattle and the Angels, 1 back of the Rangers. Jason Vargas against Jared Weaver, going for his 15th win. White Sox trying to claw their way into the central picture. 6.5 back, but with a 6-game losing streak. They're trying to end at Minnesota tonight. And Chicago leads 4-3 as they bat in the top of the 7th in that game at Target Field. Carlos Quentin's hit a couple of home runs for him. His 22nd and 23rd of the year. And Feldman getting the low strike there on Laporta. 2-2. as Yoshi Tateyama prepares to be next in out of the Rangers bullpen. Feldman at 43 pitches, 24 strikes, 19 balls. 3 strikeouts, a hit, a walk. And hoping for a strikeout or double play grounder here. Instead, pretty routine out for Josh Hamilton in left field for the second out.
Yeah, that was a good pitch because he ran the sinker in on the fists. Laporta had a good swing at it. He just didn't hit it on the good part of the bat. The ball came in and got him right off the handle. The movement on that ball brought it right in, a little bit off the plate. And it caused the poor contact and the easy out.
So with 2 outs, here's Fukudome, 0 for 2. Fly to left against Holland in the first, grounded to second against Feldman in the third. And now 6 for 29 in 8 games with the Indians. Oakland at Tampa Bay. The Rays lead that one 7-2. A's batting top of the 8th. Jeff Neiman 4 hitting Oakland. Yankees 3, Boston 2 at Fenway Park. The Yankees got 3 in the 6th. They're batting in the top half of the 7th inning. Bartolo Colon against John Lester at Fenway Park tonight. Toronto 5, Baltimore 3. Orioles batting bottom of the 8th. And a pop-up. Tracked by Young into foul territory. So, in the 5th inning, Feldman works around the walk to Santana. And after 4.5, keeps it at 7-3. Hamilton, Young, and Cruz, the heart of the Ranger order. To you by Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com today. Toyota, moving forward. Dave Barnett, Tom Grieve, bottom of the 5th inning. Rangers still in come from behind mode. It has been a 7-3 since they scored in the bottom of the 3rd. Jimenez got a 1-2-3 4th. He has gotten Josh Hamilton both times, a strikeout of the 1st and a grounder to second to leave men at 2nd and 3rd to end the 2nd. Hit a long way, but slicing foul, 1-1. Scott Feldman very effective in 3 1/3 relief innings coming on for a very ineffective Derek Holland. The only hit, the Shelley Duncan homer. Josh, 385 in his 9-game hitting streak, but only 1 run batted in that stretch. Kinsler and Andrus not all that regularly getting aboard ahead of Josh. Then it'll be Michael Young, who has a hit and very nearly a second hit in this game. He is 4 from 2000. And Hamilton wailing at that fastball with a foul tip. Ranger bullpen so outstanding yesterday. 2 2/3 shutout innings. 1 hit. Hamilton down swinging again. It was off-speed stuff from Jimenez that got him to the first. Pure heat here in the 6th. Here the Texans Academy runs for kids, and in the first inning, Kinsler scoring on the wild pitch after stealing third following his leadoff double. Second inning, Andrus with an RBI single, bringing Torrealba home after his 1-out double. And in the third, Mitch Moreland driving a double. Napoli almost tagged out by an out-of-position Jimenez backing up the throw. Right off the car, knocked the kid. Jimenez much closer than the pitcher normally would be backing up the throw, but it ended up he was close enough to almost get a tag down on Napoli. So here is Young, 1-1. Solid single in the first, robbed on a terrific play by the second baseman Kipnis on a hard grounder, leading off the third. Jimenez threw at least 21 pitches each of the first 3 innings, got through the 4th in only 13. And a 1-hopper for Donald at third base. Jimenez now settling into a groove. He's retired 6 straight since the Moreland RBI double. And here's Cruz, who has struck out both times up, swinging in the first, looking in the third. Ellie, in his long extended streak of good hitting, has become a much tougher strikeout. Not striking out much at all the last few weeks. In on the fist there. We haven't seen the 98, 99 mile an hour stuff that Jimenez has been known to throw, but very consistently 94 to 96. That's driven a long way down the right field line. Fair or foul? A foul ball.
Just hoping to see it bounce off that foul pole, but it sliced to the right of it. It's pretty close. Doesn't have to go very far to get out of there. 325 feet. Bet you it's hot down in that little rectangle down there. That's why no one's sitting down in it.
That's got
not
to
much
be,
air down there.
The wedge has got to be someplace you'd like to be on a 75-degree day, not a 105-degree day. And he comes back and gets some swinging on the breaking ball. 2 more strikeouts in another 1-2-3 inning. 7 straight retired, 7 strikeouts through 5 for Jimenez. and suddenly he is headed out, accompanied by trainer Kevin Harmon.
Yeah, between innings, it looked like he was showing his finger to Mike Maddox. So I'm not sure exactly what the physical problem was, whether it might have been a blister or whether it was nothing at all. But if there was something, we'll find out.
Well, pointing it out right there, looks like a
blister on his thumb.
Yep. So Yoshinori Tateyama now will get as long as he needs to warm up, although he has gotten loose in the bullpen. Might not need all that long. So we'll break, and it'll be Duncan, Kearns, and Donald against Yoshi in the 6th inning when we come back. Your seats at TexasRangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS. Well, Yoshinori Tateyama has completed his warm-up tosses as he comes on for Scott Feldman here in the 6th inning. Feldman going 3 1/3, very effective innings in relief of Derek Holland. The only hit he allowed, a home run by Duncan. Rangers got that run back in the bottom of the 3rd. He struck out 3. Walked 1 through 46 pitches, 28 for strikes, and now on for the 26th time this year, the 35-year-old from Osaka, Japan. And here is Duncan, 1 for 2, the 418-foot homer to left in the 3rd, his 4th of the year, first time up a fielder's choice, ending the 3-run Indian first. Yoshi worked Tuesday at Detroit, 2 scoreless innings. Came in with the bases loaded, though, and allowed 2 of the 3 on the bags to score. But only 4 of 21 inherited runners have come home against him this season. The right-handed hitters have had a difficult time against him. They are 145, 9 for 62. That ball driven for a base hit into left field, and Duncan only brought up because Jack Hanahan is taking paternity leave, is 2 for 3. Most of his early contributions this season have been in a pinch hitting role for the Indians. So here is Kearns, who led off the 2nd with a walk. Scored the first of the 3 second inning runs. Last time up, caught looking. The first of the 3 Feldman strikeouts. And a line shot caught by Young, not quite in time to double up. Duncan at first.
Fans didn't like it, but it looked like he got back in time. hard hit ball right there by Kearns. Strong, accurate throw by Michael, but looked like Duncan put on the brakes and got back in time.
Michael almost caught a previous shot. Off the bat of Donald. Singled off his glove. Last time up, he struck out. Well, we'll have to see what the word is on the blister for Scott Feldman. But, boy, Tom, other than that, a very encouraging 3 1/3 from him.
I thought Scott threw the ball great. Had good movement on his sinker. Gave up the one run on the curveball that Duncan hit out of the ballpark. But other than that, he made a lot of good pitches. And, you know, I don't know whether it was a blister or whether he rubbed the skin raw right there, but it definitely looked like it was some similar type problem. It looked like he had it between innings and went out to see if it was okay, and went out and didn't want to make it, probably just didn't want to make it any worse.
Well, and Tateyama had been throwing, so as the runner goes, here's the throw by Napoli, and Kinsler there waiting for Duncan to slide into it.
Well, how about that throw from Mike Napoli? He had something on that. Looked like Pudge Rodriguez throwing that ball. Foot off the bag, right on the bag. Nice throw. Mike's been doing a great job behind the plate, throwing well, hitting well. His all-around game is great right now. Nice, accurate, strong throw. Not much contest right there.
Well, they've had a couple of unlikely attempted base stealers tonight by their catcher Santana and big Shelley Duncan.
Well, that was probably a hit and run right there, I have to think.
You would have to think.
And what Santana was doing, I have no idea. He just took off on his own there, 2 outs on second base. That's just bad base running.
So Donald staying alive on the 1-2 pitch. Unclear how much further Feldman might have gone, because Tateyama was already up in the bullpen, but
well, he easily could have gone another inning or two. He was stretched out as a starter on his rehab assignments, so I'm not sure. He could have gone more. I don't know how much more Ron would have wanted him to pitch. But he looked like he was throwing it. Boy, he dropped that changeup in. Looked like a blooper ball.
how nasty was
Donald
that?
just said, okay, fine, you throw me that. I can't hit it. Not having not seen it before.
Inning brought to you by Sonic. Tonight's jackpot up to $2,000 and dinner for two to Sonic Drive-In. And the Rangers are hitting for Shirley Key from Fort Worth. If a Ranger hits a grand slam during this inning, Shirley Key from Fort Worth will win $25,000. You can register at any participating Sonic restaurant. And Ubaldo Jimenez, through 5 innings, has thrown 98 pitches. He's allowed 3 runs on 6 hits, 1 run at each of the first 3 innings, and since then he has settled in and become pretty unhittable with 2 strikeouts in each of the last 2 innings, both 1-2-3 affairs. 7 strikeouts through 5. Napoli's fly to right singled and scored the most recent Ranger run back in the 3rd. And he sends that one high and deep to left field. Kearns looking up. Another home run for Mike Napoli. Number 18 on the year, his 5th in the last 7 games.
Well, just like the one he hit in Detroit, high, and would it go far enough? And it did.
Shirley Key, congratulations. That's worth $2,000 and dinner for 2 to Sonic Drive-In. He does like to go up and hammer those high pitches. Towering, majestic shot. So another 2-hit night for Mike Napoli. A 9-game hitting streak now. 6 of the 9 multi-hit games. 17 for his last 35. He's going to catch it in his glass. Almost did.
Oh, that's plastic.
Must have been. It didn't break.
It's been kind of a sloppy performance, really, for Jimenez. Been all over the place, but he's made a lot of good pitches, too. He struck out 7. He's thrown some unhittable breaking pitches. Gotten some big outs with men in scoring position earlier in the game. And he's got 7 runs to work with, which has made it a little bit easier. But he's at 102 pitches right now with nobody out in the 6th inning.
The Indians have had Chad Durbin up in their bullpen. Durbin with a .653 earned run average. And the Rangers just trying to keep clawing their way into this, as they have since the bottom of the 1st, when they already trail 3-0. 366 feet for Mike Napoli's 18th home run of the year. In terms of home run frequency, home runs per at bat, only Jose Bautista and Lance Berkman hit him more frequently than Napoli. Indians for Matty Acta have a very good bullpen at .343.
Mitch just had a pretty good fastball to hit right there. He gives him another one. That's one to lay off of, that hard breaking ball out of the strike zone. Pitch 106 coming up.
Jimenez threw as many as 120 pitches this year. That was July 19th and win over Atlanta. But now works the count full to Moreland.
He worked Santana over today too.
And his 3-2 pitch, not close.
He might be out of gas right about now.
That is his 3rd walk and his final pitch out of 107. as Mandy Acta is ready to get Chad Durbin into the game. So if not for retiring 7 straight from the 3rd through the 5th, Jimenez at least got in enough to qualify for the win should the Indians hold on to the 7-4 lead, but it's now out of his hands and in the hands of their bullpen. First up will be Chad Durbin, who will face Jorvi Torrealba when we come back.
Well, hey, Dave, we have a hero in the ballpark tonight. Many people here in Dallas-Fort Worth have heard this story. Just on Wednesday night, there was a maintenance man working on a tower. He climbed up a 800-foot cell phone tower and then got stranded. Firefighters had to get up there and rescuing him. Joining me now is Matt Mosley, one of those firefighters from Burleson who got up there. Matt, just tell us what that was like, climbing up that 800-foot cell phone tower.
Well, it was pretty incredible. First time I ever climbed that high, and you know, going up, you feel like it's not going to be a very hard task, but you don't realize how high 700 feet is, 760 feet is until you actually do it. So.
Were the hairs on your arms just standing up?
No, I was really focused on. I know we had a patient up there that was pretty serious, and when I started climbing, we had another firefighter that was up there, and he was pretty dehydrated, didn't have any water. So that's all I was really thinking about, was just trying to get up there as fast as I could, and, you know, to try to help out.
And as a firefighter, I mean, you go into fires all the time, but did you really sign up? And you told me you volunteered for this assignment.
Yeah, I did volunteer. I told my lieutenant who was in charge of operations, I told him, you know, if somebody else needs to go up, I want to go up. I wanted to be a part of it.
Well, thank you, Matt. You are a hero to him, and you're a hero to all of us. Dave, back to you.
Boy, absolutely. Good to see him safe and here at the game. So here's Chad Durbin. Had his first 2 pitches to Torrealba miss. Jorvi to double and a run scored in the second. Durbin signed as a free agent March 1st, and you see the numbers: 2-1 good, 653 earned run average, not so good. And behind Torrealba now 3 balls and no strikes. One thing he has done well, stranded herited runners. Only 3 of 22 have scored. That's tied for 6th best in the league. It's a high strike there from Jim Wolf.
You have to have your pitch to hit right here. Torrealba's swinging the bat good, so there's nothing wrong with swinging, but got to be a good pitch to hit. Otherwise, try to make him throw 3 straight strikes.
Rifle just foul down the third base line.
Well, he got a pitch he liked. He took a good swing and he ripped it.
Durbin, originally 3rd round pick by the Royals, 1995. Came up with them in 99. Moved on to the Indians originally in 03. And with a runner going, base hit to right field, and that will get Moreland to 3rd base. Yorvi Torrealba has his second base hit, and with a run already in, the Rangers keep it brewing here in the 6th inning.
Well, they worked it just like a hit and run. Torrealba obviously doesn't have to swing at this pitch because it's a 3-2 pitch, but it's a pretty good pitch, really. It's a slider away. He'd seen all fastballs. Second baseman goes over to cover, and the line drive goes right past the space that he vacated, and it's 1st and 3rd and nobody out now.
More good situational hitting by Torrealba.
He's just handling the bat really well.
Here is Chavez, who has lined to second and struck out looking.
You can tell a guy's handling the bat well when earlier in the count, the 3-1 pitch, he ripped an inside fastball just foul down the left field line. Then he's not fooled by the 3-2 slider, and he just goes with the pitch and hits it into right field.
That one's into right field. Racing over to make the catch is Fukudome. But here comes Moreland home, and it's 7-5.
I'll tell you, the Rangers have hit the ball hard tonight. 5 times line drives that have been caught. Chavez hit that ball hard, could easily have gotten in the gap for an extra base hit.
That's his second hard hit out, but he gets his 20th run batted in. 1 out here in the 6th.
Well, I got a good pitch to hit too, and he hit it well.
So that brings up Kinsler, having a good night. Led off the first with a double, stole third, scored on a wild pitch, walked in the second, lined out to the shortstop Cabrera in the 4th. Tying run at the plate. Second straight batter. The Rangers have the potential tying run up. And it's just the 6th inning. This is a game they trailed 6-1 and 7-2 before they even batted in the 3rd inning. Just got under that one. Out to center, and Carrera grabs the second out.
Well, he did just get under it. First time up, he hit a double, short hop the wall out there at the 404 sign, and just missed doing it again right there.
Court now closed on Jimenez. 5 innings plus 2 batters, 5 runs all earned, 7 hits, 7 strikeouts, 3 walks, 107 pitches in his Indians debut. And now as Andrew steps up, Indians pitching coach Tim Belcher is out for a chat. Durbin has faced 3 batters. He's given up a single to Torrealba, the hard hit sac fly to Chavez, and the fly out by Kinsler. Left-hander Rafael Perez now throwing in the Cleveland bullpen. Left-handed hitter still 2 batters away. That would be Hamilton in the on-deck circle. Right-hand hitters against Durbin this year are hitting .340.
Well, he got a couple out so far, but they were both hit on the good part of the bat. Chavez a line drive, and Ian long fly ball that he just got underneath a little bit. And lefty in the bullpen, so this will be Durbin's last hitter right here.
And ball 1 to Elvis, who walked in the first, got stranded at third, singled it a run in the second, struck out looking in the 4th. He's also committed his 22nd error of the year, leading to 2 unearned runs. And the little dribbler here has Laporta feeding Durbin. So Durbin comes in and limits the damage. 2 runs, both charged to Jimenez. First on the home run by Mike Napoli. And we head to the 7th. Rangers right back in this within 2. Appreciation Weekend promotions. You can vote for what songs accompany the fireworks show after the final Friday game of the regular season, and what the T-shirt looks like that will be given away that Sunday. Cast your votes during the month of August at TexasRangers.com/vote. We've got a country western theme tonight for the fireworks show. Local country western artists, Pat Green and the like, to follow this game. Yoshi Tateyama came on after Scott Feldman left with what is officially a blister, as it appeared, on his thumb. And he gave up a leadoff single to Duncan. A line out to Kearns. Duncan caught trying to steal on what probably was an aborted hit and run, and he struck out Donald looking. Now the top of the order, Ezekiel Carrera here in the 7th. 0 for 3, a strikeout, a fly to right, and a bouncer to the mound. Right field position pretty well out there was Cruz. Had to go some, but he was definitely already in the neighborhood. Remarkable how well Ranger defenders are routinely placed by this well-scouted group of coaches. Dave Anderson, Gary Pettis.
Yeah, and for the most part, what they're doing is they're interpreting the advanced scouts' reports, and then making sure during the game that the guys are in the right position based on what their reports say. Advanced scouts have reports. They keep reports. They keep track of where every hit goes. A lot of research goes into those kind of things. There's some of the scouts at the ball game tonight. That's Wayne Krivsky in the center down below. Used to be the assistant general manager here for a long time and the general manager for the Reds. Jim Beattie on the right, former major league pitcher and general manager. Wayne was with the Ranger organization for a long time. Also, he started the Ranger Football League, Fantasy Football League, in 1980. 31 years ago, we were playing fantasy football.
Oh, he got it started.
He's the Kurt Dykert named it. He's the godfather of fantasy football.
And you don't still play fantasy football, do you?
I dropped it for a while, but I'm back into it now.
Really?
Yeah.
You never talk about it.
You must not be listening. Or were you being sarcastic? Thank you.
That, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one right there. You got me.
1980, that was decades ahead of
no computer,
schedule.
no cell phones. We didn't know the score till you got the newspaper the next day and tried to figure it out. He did it by hand. Had a big pad of paper, figured it all out. They wrote a little newsletter and sent back the results. Joe Macco, the Ranger equipment manager, was in it. Dan Shimmick, who we just showed, the official scorekeeper, was in it. I think he made the first pick in history of the Ranger Football League. No, I did. Earl Campbell one year.
How'd that work out?
Real good. Didn't work out too good for Dan the next year. He took Mark Van Egan. Left a lot of good players on the board that year.
Couldn't go wrong with Earl Campbell.
No.
Ever. Served into left field where Hamilton was already in the area.
Hey, there's Joe Macco, charter member of the RFL. Joe didn't put a lot of research into his draft. He would come into there. We'd do it after a game one night and stay there and have a few beers till after midnight. Joe would come in after he did his work down in the clubhouse with a football magazine he probably bought that afternoon, and then he just looked for every Cowboy that he could find. He didn't care if they were third string or fourth string. He wanted as many Cowboys as he could have on the team.
Hey, that's how the real NFL draft was conducted pre-Gil Brandt.
Yeah, probably was.
Seriously, it was. Yeah, magazines.
Joe never finished in the money, but he had a lot of fun playing.
Strike one to Cabrera. Scored twice after a single in the first, after the Andrews error in the second. Well, I know it makes your Sunday afternoons, once baseball is over, much more enjoyable.
It does. It does. There's millions of fans around the country that only watch football on Sunday because of their fantasy team. There's 3 or 4 down in the truck right now, nodding their heads. Yep, that's why I watch it. Kurt Dyke, our fantasy expert, our producer.
Sure they're not preparing their drafts?
Kurt is the Joe Macko of our fantasy league, actually.
Is that a compliment?
Let's put it this way. He made some improvement last year, and I'm trying to get on him publicly to kind of goad him into doing some research before the draft. I want to see him have a good year this year.
Well, sounds like it's well overdue.
I might even be able to arrange Joe Macko to be his general manager. Guaranteed. Get Tashard Choice for his starting running back.
Well, the Indians getting a base runner here with 2 outs in the 7th. Cabrera hit by a pitch that couldn't have hurt much at 78 miles an hour from Yoshi. Not exactly recoiling in pain. Mike Maddox will come out, though. Batter will be Carlos Santana, who has been nothing but trouble. 3-run homer in the first, 2-run double, unearned runs after the error by Andrus in the second. Career high 5 RBIs in his first 2 at-bats tonight. And last time up he walked. The only walk issued in 3 1/3 innings by Scott Feldman. Tatayama in an inning and 2/3, 25 pitches, 18 for strikes. I'll remind you, tomorrow we start at 7:15 after the on-field ceremony. Kenny Rogers into the Hall of Fame. Mark Lowe beginning to throw. And if you're coming to the game tomorrow night, Rangers are encouraging to time your arrival prior to 5 or after 6 to avoid traffic exiting Cowboy Stadium at the conclusion of the FC Barcelona Club America soccer game, which starts at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Parking lots here at Rangers Ballpark will open at 4. But again, the heaviest volume of traffic exiting Cowboy Stadium expected to be between 5 and 6.
Drops that little changeup in for a strike on the outside corner. Santana is a much better hitter this year right-handed than he is left-handed. I guess we got a pretty good shot of that tonight, right-handed.
Right-handed 295, left-handed 204.
Double and a home run right-handed. That's a quick move. He might have had him if he threw it right on the bag. I don't think Cabrera was going anywhere.
Get rid of it much quicker than Tatayama did there. Pitching matchup tomorrow. C.J. Wilson, another chance at his 11th win. His 3rd go-round trying to get number 11. And joined Alexi Ogando, who got there yesterday. Fausto Carmona, 5-11 with a .531 earned run average, starting for the Indians tomorrow night. Sunday night, Colby Lewis also looking for his 11th win against Josh Tomlin. He's already won 11 and lost 5 as the Indians ace, at least before the acquisition of Jimenez.
Almost had him there. He did throw that one on the bag. Cabrera's not going anywhere, but he's barely getting back to first base. Doesn't really have that big a lead either.
Wasn't that an aspect of Charlie Huff's game that he was really good at? The quick throw to first?
Charlie had a balk move. He would sometimes bend that front knee simultaneously as he threw to first base, and that would kind of trick the runner. Once that knee bends, you're not supposed to be able to throw to first base. But he had to perfect project, perfect. He had to come up with a good pickoff move because he threw a knuckleball. It was hard. It was hard for the catcher to catch it. It went in slow, and if he couldn't hold the runners at first base, they'd get a big lead, a big jump, and it would be almost impossible for the catchers. But he did perfect that pickoff move to first base. And then he'd vary his delivery to the plate, too. He worked hard to hold runners. He sometimes would go with a big leg kick. A lot of times he had a little glide step, and he'd speed up his delivery to the plate. Anything he could do to keep the guy at first from getting a good jump.
Runner goes, but a called strike 3 takes care of Santana. Tateyama, the first of 3 Ranger pitchers to retire, the Indians catcher. Stretch. A21 is brought to you by Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com today. Toyota, moving forward. And with 37,842 on hand, the Rangers 3 more cracks at continuing this comeback from as far back as 6-1 and 7-2. They made it 7-5. Their third Indian pitcher to face is on, and it is the right-hander Joe Smith.
Yeah, Joe Smith is coming in to face Hamilton, among others in the inning, but he's been untouchable by left-hand hitters. Left-hand hitters are 5 for 45 against him, 111 on the season. Opponent's batting average 208, 126. ERA's only given up 1 home run. He's been tough. Sidearm delivery with good velocity. Most guys that throw from down there, Darren O'Day and guys like that, usually are in the mid-80s, sometimes the upper 80s, but Smith throws from down there with a little bit more velocity than that. There's one at 92 miles an hour, and you don't see that very often. See guys from a 3/4 arm slot throw that hard, but from as low as he throws, 92, 91, a little bit unusual. He's got the deception and the velocity. And a lot of times you would think a guy throwing from that angle wouldn't be as tough on a left-hand hitter because he sees the ball so well. But he has been.
5 for 45 against him, a homer, a 111 average. Tough against righties. They're 248, but boy, ridiculous against the left-handed hitters. And Hamilton tonight 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a grounder to second. Hamilton and Cruz both 0 for 3. Cruz with a hat trick. 3 of Jimenez's 7 strikeouts. And now 2-2 to Josh. Every other Ranger has been aboard with at least 1 hit or driven in a run. Except for the two big guns of Hamilton and Cruz. And a called strike 3, and Hamilton takes the hat trick.
There's no way Josh had a chance to hit this pitch. After all 92, 93 mile an hour sidearm fastballs, he brings that slider from the outside part to the corner of the plate. And Josh looked at it, and I think that's what virtually every left-hand hitter would have done in that situation when you see that pitch for the first time after a bunch of fastballs. And that's a hard, sharp slider, too.
Here is Michael Young, who singled his first time up. Career hit number 1,996. Next time up, Kipnis made a terrific play to retirement second. And last time up, he grounded to third.
The Indians have Smith with a 1.26 ERA as a right-hander in their bullpen. Vinny Pestano has struck out 59 in 41 innings. He's another right-hander. And then, of course, Chris Perez has 22 saves. He's their closer. So they've got three good right-handers down in their bullpen. Late inning guys.
Right center field, hit well. Carrera says he has room, barely, right up against the wall in front of the bullpen. And here's our Toyota on the road American League Baseball scoreboard. Toronto over Baltimore 5-4. Yankees won at Fenway. First of that weekend series 3-2. Tampa Bay over Oakland 8-4. And Chicago holds on to beat Minnesota at Target Field 5-3. Detroit now tied with Kansas City, bottom of the ninth at 3. As Cruz sends this one deep to center field. Carrera again with room.
Rangers only have 5 runs, but they've hit the ball well enough to score 10 runs tonight.
So Smith gets a 1-2-3 inning, but not without a couple of long blasts. Moment, and Derek Holland in the first inning, after giving up singles to Kipnis and Cabrera, saw Santana take him deep, 3-run shot, and then a 2-run double in the second inning after a costly error by Andrews. 5 RBIs, career high in just his first 2 at-bats. For great deals, go to shophonda.com. Mark Lowe, the 4th Ranger pitcher of the night, on to work the 8th inning. He follows 2 outstanding turns by Feldman, 1 run in 3 1/3. Tatayama 2 scoreless innings, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, and a hit batsman. And Matt Laporta to lead things off.
Unfortunately, so far it's been another game where a defensive play has been a big part of the ball game. The error back early in the game led to 2 unearned runs in this game.
Mark Lowe worked a scoreless 7th inning on Wednesday in Detroit. Issued 1 walk. Comes in with the record at 2-2. The ERA steadily dropping down to 3.73. His last 16 games at just 2.03. 3 earned runs and 13 1/3. And comes back to even up the count at 2-2 to Laporta.
At 99 miles an hour, coming back with a little sinking action on it.
So the 8th innings now. The Rangers have the heat that Mark Lowe can bring in a game like this. Games in which they have a lead. Well, we saw what that can look like yesterday.
Wow.
As he comes back to strike out Laporta.
98, 99, 99.
Close enough for Laporta to chase. So he's 0 for 3. And now Fukudome 0 for 3. He's flied to left, grounded to second, and fouled out to third. 6 for 30 now, 8 games with the Indians. Great career in the Central League in Japan. Their MVP in 06, 2-time batting champion. Won Olympic bronze in 2004 and World Baseball Classic gold in 2006 for Japan. Came over for a couple of minor leaguers 4 days before the trading deadline. And Lowe falling behind Fukudome 3-0. .97 at the knees. One thing about Fukudome's history that makes you think he's not that nervous ever on a baseball field. His hometown, Osaka, Japan, is at the base of an active volcano, which erupts fairly frequently, as recently as 2008. And he sends that base hit up the middle. So there are some issues back home other than just what's happening on the baseball field, and he gets his 7th base hit in 8 games now with the Indians. He's aboard with 1 out for Duncan. Through Monday, you can still lock in postseason options with a Fan's Choice 20 game plan. It's the only way to guarantee your seat for every potential postseason home game. Plus, get the last 20 games of the regular season at 33% off box office prices. You can choose from 10 locations, starting at only $100 per plan, today at TexasRangers.com. So Fukudome at first, 1 out here the 8th, and here is Duncan. Late call up from Columbus, who has made that decision look very wise. A home run in the 3rd and a single greeting Tateyama in the 6th. Well, the anti-wave publicity is not yet working here at the ballpark.
Boy, some defiant fans.
I think at some point they figured that this is what they're supposed to do. Like it's expected of them. They expected of themselves. But there's a lot of them out there tonight. 37,842.
Yeah, you know, when you come out averaging 37,000 fans tonight, I guess the fans have the right to do the wave if they want to. Who are we to judge the fans based on an event that pretty much has seen its time go by? But that's okay.
Just reporting. Although behind all three batters here in the 8th. Came back to strike out Laporta. And the single by Fukudome. Indians would love an extra run or two here. The Rangers have scored the last 3 in this game.
I'd love a ground ball to second right here.
Rangers in the 8th will have Napoli, Moreland, and Torrealba. One to Duncan. There is no action in the Indians bullpen after Joe Smith worked a fairly shaky 1-2-3 7th with the long fly balls by Young and Cruz.
Yeah, he's only given up 1 home run this year, and he almost gave up 2 in that inning.
Three and 2. Oh, they got some activity out there. Oh boy, the wave is more pervasive than even we thought. Even up in the bullpen. Vinny Pastano is the Indian reliever throwing out there. As that pitch gets behind Napoli. And Fukudome took a big turn around second base, but will hold on there. It was ball 4. Duncan was going to reach regardless, so 2 on, 1 out. That gets Mike Maddox out. And Austin Kearns up. 16 pitches from low, 9 balls. Kearns tonight walked leading off the second and scored. Since then, he struck out looking in line to third. Mariners and the Angels are scoreless in the bottom of the third. 2 hitters for both Vargas and Weaver at this point.
I might be wrong, but I think Vargas has shut out the Angels once this year.
He's thrown 3. I think you're right. Tigers and the Royals now in extra innings at Kansas City, tied at 3. Royals got 3 in the bottom of the 7th. Indians hoping to get within 2 of Detroit. As Lowe follows the conversation with Maddox with a strike to Kearns. That one just misses. 1-1. National League, Dodgers leading the Diamondbacks 6-0. 6 runs in the third for LA. They're batting top of the 4th at Chase Field. Top of the 9th at Houston. 8-1 Milwaukee over the Astros. Bottom of the 6th at Colorado. Washington 4, the Rockies 2. Top of the 3rd at San Francisco. The Giants lead the Phillies 1-0. And Mike Adams now latest up in the Ranger bullpen. This afternoon, Cubs beat the Reds 4-3. San Diego has beaten Pittsburgh 15-5, and the Pirates slide continues.
8 straight for them.
54 and 57 now.
It was nice while it lasted.
Yeah, they're about to fall 8 games behind the Brewers in the National League Central. Atlanta beat the Mets 4-1. Tim Hudson 11-7 over R.A. Dickey 5-10. And the Cardinals won at Florida 3-2. Here, the Indians led 3-0, 4 batters into the game against Derek Holland. Any hopes of shutting them out for the second straight time were immediately dashed. Slow goes to the breaking ball.
He just can't bring the breaking ball down into the strike zone. Struggling with his command. At the strikeout of Laporta, Fukudome worked the count, got a hit. Had a chance to get Duncan with 2 strikes, but couldn't throw another strike. Now in danger of doing the same thing with Kearns right here.
"22nd pitch by Mark Lowe. Runners are going and not even sliding. Fukudome thrown out in a strike him out, throw him out, double play.
He was out by so much he couldn't slide. He would have ended up 10 feet from third base anyway.
So Lowe works around Fukudome's single, the walk to Duncan. Napoli to lead off the Ranger 8 down 2. The game, and how hot is Mike Napoli? He has thrown out 3 would-be base stealers. Santana to end the 2nd, Duncan in the 6th, and Fukudome by an even wider margin to end the 8th. Find a plan that's right for you. Call TXU Energy, the right things right now. Mike Napoli doing the right things whatever he is called on to do on the field these days. What a defensive night. And on the offensive side, 2 for 3, including a home run. He will now face Vinny Pastano on to work the 8th.
Pastano, already talked about him. He struck out 59 in 41 innings. Only a 192 opponent's batting average. The Rangers hit the ball well against Joe Smith. Tough right-hander. 2 long fly balls to the wall in center and right center field turned out to be outs. Well, Pastano's been tough, but the Rangers swinging the bats pretty well tonight. A lot of line drives and long fly balls that have been caught.
Pastano lately has struggled a little bit since June 26th. 16 outings, 10 earned runs, and his ERA has gone from 129 to 302.
Let's make it about 402.
Against right-handed hitters, they are 11 for 90, 122, one homer. Mike Napoli, pretty good bet anytime he swings the bat these days to hit one out, or at least somewhere on a rope. 9-game hitting streak, 2 for 3 tonight. 17 for his last 35 in this streak. RBIs now in a career high 7 straight games. Homers in 5 of the last 7. And power against power there, 2-2. Since the All-Star break, this is before tonight, Mike was hitting .472. Actually second best in the majors. Hideki Matsui is at .478 since the break. Well hit, left center field, diving catch by Carrera, and the Rangers are robbed again.
This is unbelievable. The Rangers actually, they've hit the ball well enough to have over 10 runs tonight. Chavez hit a ball to right center field with nobody out and a man on base to right center field that Fukudomi ran down, and now a spectacular play by Carrera in left center field to start the 8th inning. The Rangers, the last 3 outs have been that out and 2 balls to the wall in center and right center field. 0 for 3.
Yeah, they have all been warning track at least. Young and Cruz against Smith. Napoli here against Pastando. Now Mitch Moreland. Mitch doubled in a run in the 3rd, walked and scored in the 6th. Left-hand hitters against Pastando, that's very different. They're .295 with 3 homers. They have another right-hander now throwing, Frank Herman, in their bullpen. Moreland trying to hold up on that, which would have been ball 3.
Yeah, he just too geared up to hit right there. He's saying, I'm looking for a fastball. He's anticipating a strike. He just made up his mind he was going to swing instead of being patient, taking ball 3.
Tigers have a run in the 10th inning at Kansas City, still batting and now leading the Royals 4-3. Angels and Seattle still scoreless now into the top of the 4th at Anaheim. Let's see what Moreland gets here. 3 balls and a strike. Painted on the corner, full count.
Okay, make it 30, another strike. Nothing wrong with that. Wasn't a great pitch to hit anyway. Wasn't a strike either.
Milwaukee at Houston game is over. Brewers finished that one off 8-1.
The Brewers are hot. They've got a 3-game lead coming in over St. Louis.
They're improved to 63-50 with that win. St. Louis stays 3 back with their 3-2 win at Florida. And Moreland reaches. So the tying run in the person of Yorvi Torrealba will step up here, but Manny Acta is headed out with Herman ready. And Pastano, having given up a warning track shot off the bat of Napoli, and the walk to Moreland.
This might be a little tough love visit to the mound. Might not have been too happy with that 3-2 slider he just threw. That's the Ron Washington visit to Derek Holland in Toronto right there. At least that's what it appeared to be. We couldn't see his face, but by the look on Pestano's face, that's what was happening. Just a guess.
Boy, he maintained the eye contact.
He did. I think that's exactly what the manager wanted. He didn't send the pitching coach out for the chat.
Well, Maniacta's seen this game, which looked like it was going to be name your score when they were up 6-1 and 7-2, and now 7-5, and very much in doubt.
Yeah, the Rangers have been pounding the ball all over the ballpark.
Still 5 outs to play with. Torrealba has been a tough out. Doubled and scored in the second, and singled in the sixth. Fifth multi-hit game out of the last 8 for Yorvi. Yorvi adding 5 more points to his average tonight, up to 269. It was as low as 208. But his last 37 games, he has scorched it at 326. And again, that's not even counting his 2 hits in this game.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, Darryl Cousins says he did.
Well, he had a better look than we did. And he's probably right.
So 1-2. Pestano now at 16 pitches, 8 balls, 8 strikes. He went to 2-2 to Napoli, walked Moreland at 3-2. And now 2-2 here to Torrealba. Gets him swinging a big second out here in the 8th.
Yeah, helped him out a little bit on a high fastball, it looked like. Well, top of the strike zone, borderline pitch.
So now Endy Chavez to try and keep the inning going. He's had a hard luck 0 for 2. Line to the second baseman Kipnis, struck out looking last time up. A scorcher of a sacrifice fly to right, scoring Moreland with the second run of the 6th inning, which gave us our current score still 7-5. And Pestano down to 1 more strike to get it into the 9th inning. In the Indians' 9th, they're 9-1-2 hitters. Donald, Carrera, and Kipnis are due up. Mike Adams has been throwing for a while now, the Ranger bullpen. And now joined by Neftali Feliz, just in case Chavez can do something pretty special here. But he looks at a call strike 3. Pestano gets him looking on the slider. And he works around the walk to Moreland. On to the 9th, still 7-5 Cleveland. Texas Honda dealer of the game is McDavid Honda of Irving, just off 183 in Irving, or log on to HondaIrving.com. Dave Barnett, Tom Grieve into the 9th inning, and Mike Adams will work for the 3rd time in 4 games in a Ranger uniform. Mike worked a scoreless 8th inning yesterday, allowing 1 base hit, needing only 8 pitches. Tuesday night took the loss in his Ranger debut in Detroit, giving up the game-winning homer in the 8th to Brennan Bosch. It was the 3rd homer he has allowed all year, first to a left-handed batter all year. And the first pitch to Donald. Easy play for Michael Young.
Yeah, that was a chaotic day for Mike. He didn't get to the ballpark till around 4 o'clock. He was starving. He had to eat. He had the media harassing him, asking him all sorts of questions, and he was very cordial. And then bang, he finds himself right in that game. That was a tough night for him. Get his feet on the ground. Said it was the most nervous he's been all year, but he's settling in now.
Ezekiel Carrera at the plate 0 for 4, but in the field it is a different story. He has turned in some terrific plays, run-saving plays out there in center field, ranging all over the place, to his left, to his right, straight back. Most notably the diving catch robbing Napoli, leading off the 8th. How different that inning might have gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Who knows what happens if that falls in for an extra base hit.
Mike Adams from Corpus Christi. Spent some time in Sinton, now lives back in Corpus. And like Koji Wahara, tough against righties and lefties. Lefties hit just 194 against him, righties 127. And that one rifle foul the other way. Straight down the vomitory. 5 pitches, 5 strikes from Adams. After Carrera, it'll be Jason Kipnis. 1 for 4 with an RBI. And looking ahead to the Ranger 9th, it'll be the top of the order: Kinsler, Andrus, and Hamilton. Carrera just able to check his swing. Indians will have their closer, Chris Perez, ready. Perez with 22 saves already this year. Ground ball. Kinsler, 2 up and 2 down to the Indian ninth. Jason Kipnis now singled and scored on the Santana 3-run homer in the first. Drove in a run and a ground out in the second. Since then, he struck out, flied to left. The RBI, one of only 2 which haven't resulted directly from home runs, as he homered in 4 consecutive games, July 31st through August 3rd. Only the second Indian rookie ever to do that. The first was the great Al Rosen back in 1950. Last Indian to do that, homer 4 straight games, Travis Hafner. That was 5 years ago. And 3 balls and no strikes. Hafner, left-handed hitter, not in the lineup against Derek Holland tonight. Mike Adams does not walk very many hitters. 10 in 50 innings. 50 appearances, 50 innings. First 48 of those with the Padres. Just misses that one low. Kipnis gets a 2-out walk. And Adams will face Asdrubal Cabrera.
Borderline, could have gone either way. Mike would have liked it.
So here's Cabrera. Perez is ready. 2 runs for Cabrera after a single in the first. The Andrus error in the second. He is grounded to second. Last time up hit by a pitch by Tateyama. Seven innings of relief by 4 Ranger pitchers tonight. Feldman, Tateyama, Lowe, and Adams. 1 run on 3 hits. 3 walks. 7 strikeouts. This after 2 2/3 shutout innings by the bullpen yesterday with only 1 hit allowed. So even if the Rangers don't come back and win this game, the biggest question mark turned one of the biggest bright spots on this team again shining through tonight after Derek Holland lasted only an inning and 2/3. Throwing 53 pitches, allowing 6 runs, 2 of them unearned on 5 hits. Carlos Santana, his nemesis, drove in 5 of those 6 runs. And Adams, who came out tonight firing nothing but strikes, now behind Cabrera 2-0 after the walk to Kipnis. And now at 14 pitches, half of them strikes. That one to Jim Wolf's liking, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, it's all over the strike zone. Cabrera's looking at the umpire with contempt. That pitch wasn't borderline, that was in the rectangle.
Well, the Tigers have won the extra inning game at Kansas City. That one finished 4-3 in 10 innings. Daniel Schlereth the win. Aaron Crow the loser. Jose Valverde now 31 for 31 in his save opportunities. Runner goes. Pitch gets behind Napoli with Kipnis now at second base. Napoli's thrown out 3 would-be base stealers. Kipnis gets a steal here. And that is his first major league steal. First attempt. Alex Avila's 13th home run of that game for Detroit. So now best the Indians can hope is if they hang on to win here, they'll stay 3 games behind the Tigers, second place in the Central. Mariners and Angels scoreless. Angels batting bottom of the 4th. other games still going in the American League. Adams still searching for the strike zone now. Working the count full to Cabrera with Santana on deck. Already having a career night. Eighteenth pitch of the inning, popped up shallow left for Hamilton. So only the walk to Kipnis, and into the ninth it will be. Kinsler, Andrus, and Hamilton with Chris Perez ready. Is brought to you by Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. By AT&T, rethink possible. By TXU Energy. To find a plan that's right for you, call TXU Energy. The right things right now. And by your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. The Indians closer Chris Perez on to try and finish off this victory, which seemed well in hand as early as the third inning, but the Rangers have chipped away within 2 runs. He'll have Kinsler, Andrus, and Hamilton top of the order here in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, Perez has been a good closer. 22 out of 24. Another kind of a sidearm fastball pitcher with a good slider. Seen Smith, Pistano, both throwing from various degrees of sidearm. Perez with a good fastball, 96 miles an hour, and a hard slider.
Perez's 2 blown saves were both in 1-run games. 2-run leads, he's 8 for 8. Going back to last August 12th, almost a full year, he is 32 for his last 34. And he gets a pop-up. Out into short right. Fukudome grabs the first out of the Ranger ninth. Defensive change in addition to Perez as Michael Brantley takes over for Kearns out in left field. So down to the last 2 outs now, and here is Elvis, who has walked, singled in a run, struck out, and grounded to first. Also committed his 22nd error, leading to 2 really costly unearned runs back in the second inning. That made it 6-1. Rangers got one of those back in the second. The Indians haven't scored since the Shelley Duncan home run in the third. Well, the Rangers came back with another run in the third, 2 in the sixth, but it's been 7-5 since the bottom of the sixth.
And since the bottom of the sixth, the Rangers have also hit some balls pretty well. 3 back to back to back near the wall in center, left center, and right center.
Chopper to third here. Donald for out number 2. And it is up to Josh Hamilton on a night that has not been his night so far. He has struck out 3 times and grounded to second. Yet to extend a 9-game hitting streak. And Josh facing Chris Perez for the first time here. But if you like the do theory and you love the rally hat, then you like the chances here. And Josh comes through with a base hit to right field, and the Rangers will bring the tying run to the plate with 2 outs in the 9th inning in Michael Young.
Pretty tough pitch too, 94 miles an hour, low and away. Hit well in left field. And Rangers tie and run. Good hitters coming up. Michael almost took Joe Smith deep in the 7th inning.
One of 3 long outs into the glove of Carrera out in center field. Singled in the first. We get within 4 hits of 2,000. Grounded out on a nice play by Kipnis in the third and grounded to third in the 5th. So 1 for 4. And ahead 2-0. Michael facing Perez for just the 2nd time. He struck him out in their only previous at bat. No Ranger has faced Perez more than now 3 times. Well hit center field here. Carrera leaps. He can't get it. Michael Young has tied the game with a 2-out, 2-run, bottom of the 9th home run.
Well, he almost hit one the last time, and he did hit one this time. Perez got behind him 2-0, and Michael hit a line shot that carried all the way out to center field. And that gets the Rangers back to even. Been a long road to get back there, but they've hit the ball well enough to be more than back there.
Now here is Cruz, also due 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. The pitch to Young, eminently hittable. And he is 3 away from 2,000 as Cruz takes ball 2. Only shot Carrera has not gotten to. This pop-up, though, will come back into the seats. Well, Mariacta not expecting that. Perez gets the first 2 outs with no problem. Then the Hamilton single. Rangers react to the home run by Michael Young. Just the 3rd blown save since last August 12th for Chris Perez. Not out of the woods yet here as Cruz swings at what would have been ball 3. He gets aboard. Napoli would be next. Called strike 3. Perez gets that called, but he doesn't get the save. Michael Young ties it with a 2-run, 2-out, bottom of the 9th home run. and will play extra innings tonight at the ballpark. Sometimes it's hard not to take him a little bit for granted, but when he does something like this, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth, tying run at the plate, and he sends that one out to center field. What more can you say about Michael Young? Now 3 hits away from 2,000 in most dramatic fashion. He gets this game into extra innings. And Mike Adams out for his second inning, starts with a strike to Carlos Santana.
Yeah, the Rangers have Wahara in the bullpen. He's pitched a couple of straight days. You got Felice out there and Darren Oliver. So I think Ron Washington, depending on how long this game goes, he's going to try to get as much out of Mike Adams as he can right here. And then you look at tomorrow's game, really don't have a long man for tomorrow. Of course, you've got CJ on the mound. He'll be counted on to go deep into the ball game. And depending on how that blister looks with Scott Feldman and what the forecast is for that down the road, Rangers, maybe looking at needing another pitcher here for tomorrow.
Very close. Well, Adams threw 32 pitches in his Ranger debut in Detroit and said the next day he could have come back and pitched that game.
That pitch is a lot better than the one he called Cruz off with. That pitch is all the way in the strike zone. That's not even a borderline pitch.
Michael Young got Derek Holland off the hook. He gets a no decision for his 6-run inning and 2/3 performance. Scott Feldman followed him, left after 46 pitches, 3 1/3. One hit, a home run by Duncan because of the blister. Looked like he was showing Derek there on his thumb. And then after Feldman, Tateyama for 2 scoreless, a hit and 2 strikeouts. Lowe worked the 8th, 2 strikeouts, a single and a walk. Adams the 9th, just a 2-out walk and a stolen base by Kipnis. And now trying to get Santana, who has been retired only on a strikeout by Tateyama. Got him looking to end the 7th. Well hit to right field, but Cruz is there. So now here's Laporta, hit by pitch in the first, 0 for 3 since then with a strikeout.
Well, really, the major offense that the Indians have had came in the first inning. Kipnis Cabrera, Santana. Line shot to center, home run. Second inning, the leadoff walk and an error led to 3 runs, but 2 of them were unearned. Gave up a home run since then, but the legitimate damage really was done in the first inning, and 3 straight hitters. Since then, the Rangers pitchers have actually thrown the ball great. Bullpen's been tremendous. Indians haven't done a whole lot. Mike's trying to keep it that way.
Six and 2/3 relief innings. 3 hits, 1 run by Feldman, Tatyamalo, and Adams. This after 2 2/3 scoreless yesterday with the Ranger pen. Base hit past Young, and Laporta is aboard with 1 out here in the 10th. That will bring up Fukudome. 1 for 4, a single against Lowe.
Michael's on the line, guarding the line. That's why that ball went into left field. Willing to give up a single position there, but also in a position to take away a double if the ball's pulled right down the line.
Neftali Feliz now warming for the Rangers.
Well, Ron doesn't want to bring him in, but he also doesn't want Mike Adams to throw 40 pitches either. He will have been here 4 days and twice thrown over 30 pitches.
Here comes number 28 tonight, and it is in there to Fukudome.
He really taxed the bullpen when the starter can't get out of the second inning. After this innings, the Ranger bullpen will have thrown 8 1/3 innings, almost a complete game.
Don't forget tomorrow, game 2 of this series. Rangers alums signing autographs on the third base concourse at 5 o'clock. And then at 6:40, the special pregame ceremony honoring Kenny Rogers' induction into the Rangers Hall of Fame. Tickets are still available at TexasRangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS. Game will start at 7:15. Rangers Live, and the pregame show will carry the Kenny Rogers ceremony. And then the matchup of C.J. Wilson and Fausto Carmona. Nearly 38,000 here. I'm not sure anybody has left. Fireworks and then the show after the game. The Rangers have come from 5 runs down twice. With a run in the 3rd, 2 in the 6th, and the 2-run homer in the 9th by Young to get us to extra innings. Ranger 10th, Napoli, Moreland, and Torrealba. That is served into left field for a base hit. So Fukudome gets 2 straight base hits. 2 on with 1 out here in the top half of the 10th inning, and Ron Washington has seen Mike Adams now throw 31 pitches.
He tried to push it to get Adams through that second inning to save 1 more inning from the bullpen in case the game goes multiple more innings. But it looked like Adams was running out of gas right there.
So he will give way to the 5th Ranger reliever of the night, and that will be Feliz. Trying to keep this 7-7 into the bottom of the 10th. Please coming in with 2 men on, 1 out, 10th inning, in charge of keeping this 7-7 to get it to the Rangers half of the 10th inning. But Feliz coming on after working a perfect 9th inning yesterday for his 22nd save and 27 opportunities. Since he blew his last save July 26th against Minnesota, he has retired all 6 batters he's faced, striking out 3 of those 6. And his first batter here in the 10th will be Duncan, who has homered. That was back in the 3rd, and that's the most recent Indian run. That made it 7-2.
This isn't a save situation, but it's just like a save situation. You got to come in and get out of this inning. 2 outs to go, 2 men on, game on the line.
Duncan singled off Tateyama, walked against Lowe, retired only on a fielder's choice to end their first inning. A foul tip at 98 miles an hour, and that's how Feliz was throwing the other day in Detroit. A revamped bullpen with those terrific setup arms in front of him.
Yeah, the Rangers are running out of arms in their bullpen too. They don't have any more multiple inning guys.
They've never led in this game, but a long way back to a 7-7 tie. Trying to give him a lead here. Second place. Out at first. 6-4-3 double play. Andrews turns it to Kinsler and then Moreland in just 2 pitches. All Feliz needs to get this game to the bottom of the 10th.
Nice turn by Ian. He wasted no time. He just caught it and threw it.
And Rafael Perez comes on, the 5th man out of the Cleveland bullpen after their starter Jimenez lasted 5 innings. And he's got Napoli, Moreland, and Torrealba. But what a job by Neftali Feliz. 2 pitches, and he gets the 6-4-3 double play to get out of that top of the 10th threat.
Yeah, and Ian did a great job. Watch Ian avoid the runner, who's right on top of him, trying to break up the double play. And he had not only avoided him, but had enough on the throw to complete the double play. That was a great double play, right at the right time, too.
So here's Rafael Perez, another Indian reliever having a terrific year. He's now allowed an earned run in 40 of his 48 appearances. He is 8th in the league with those 48. Top 13 in earned run average. And He'll face Napoli, Moreland, and Torrealba. He has pitched twice to Napoli and struck him out both times. You in the mood for a call here?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, Mike already with a home run and a single.
I'm ready for the fireworks to start.
Baldo Jimenez went 5 innings plus 2 batters. Next to last he faced was Napoli, who homered leading off the 6th. Durbin a scoreless inning. Smith, Fostano likewise. Chris Perez went out away from a scoreless inning and a save. But with 2 outs, he gave up a single by Hamilton and the tying 2-run home run by Michael Young. He struck out Cruz looking to end the 9th. Now he turns it over to Rafael Perez. Two balls and a strike. Back in the 6th inning, this one landed after a pretty majestic ride, 366 feet out in left field. Mike's 18th home run, his 5th in the last 7 games. Making him such a good candidate for the call. Two and 2. Now working against the call, the fact that Perez has allowed only 1 home run all year. Righties hit him though at 282, lefties 202.
Yeah, Joe Smith had only given up 1 home run. Still's only given up 1 home run, but he almost gave up 2 on back-to-back at bats.
Center field, Carrera in front of the trap.
They've got about 5,000 feet worth of outs to the outfield today. Napoli had one to left center. Now he's got one to right center hit well. Outfield is playing really deep now. Try to take away the doubles. That's why it was relatively easy play for Carrera out there. Another well hit ball.
Unlike back in the 8th, he didn't have to dive this time. So now Moreland. The last 2 times up he walked. He scored in the 6th on a sacrifice fly by Chavez. Doubled in a run in the 3rd. Moreland against Perez 1 for 1. Mariners and the Angels are now into the bottom of the 6th inning at Anaheim and still scoreless. Vargas against Weaver. That one to right field, but Fukudome has plenty of room in front of the track for the 2nd out.
The Rangers are throwing haymakers. Just missed a couple of them right there. Looked like Bitch didn't get that quite on the good part of the bat. A little bit toward the end of the bat.
Yovi Torrealba tonight 2 for 4. Doubled and scored in the 2nd, singled in the 6th. He's also bounced to the mound and struck out. Indians still in the no doubles defense with Donald just a step and a dive off the line at 3rd. Outfield very deep.
The center fielder's almost on the warning track. You get a long fly ball that'll fall in front of him for a single. Hardly see him on that view.
Breaking ball for a strike. 1-1. If we get to the 11th, the 8, 9, and 1 hitters will be due up for the Indians. Brantley, Donald, and Carrera. Center field, and Carrera just did a few steps for that one. So Perez comes in and gets 3 fly ball outs. And we will go to the 11th, still 7-7. Inning has Napoli Feliz facing Michael Brantley, Jason Donald, and Ezekiel Carrera. Feliz coming in with 2 on, 1 out in the 10th. Second pitch he threw turned into a 6-4-3 double play off the bat of Shelly Duncan. And now he will start a clean inning with Brantley batting for the first time. He replaced Austin Kearns in left field in the 9th inning. Kearns was 0 for 3, walked and scored in the second. And Brantley with some decent numbers this year. 6 homers, a new career high, double his previous high from last year. In his last 21 games, hitting .308. Pops up a bunt on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Way back when Ubaldo Jimenez made his Indians debut, it lasted 5 innings plus 2 batters, 107 pitches, and he gave up 5 runs on 7 hits. He struck out 7 and walked 3. After that, Chad Durbin worked a scoreless 6th, Joe Smith a scoreless 7th, Vinny Pastano the 8th, a couple of strikeouts. Chris Perez 1 out away from finishing it off. Hamilton and Young had other ideas. Rafael Perez just turned into scoreless bottom of the 10th, and now 1-2 to Brantley. Brantley against Feliz, 1 for 4 with the double. The Indians have had not very much success at all against Napoli. Ground ball. Kinsler with the dive, not quite able to come up with this one. And the way he's playing defense this year, it's shocking anytime he doesn't.
That was a pretty hard hit ball that stayed down. And just to get a glove on this ball takes some pretty good range. Got a glove on it, just couldn't keep the ball in his glove. Went in his glove and out.
It is a base hit for Brantley. Indians now out hitting the Rangers 11-10. Almost everything about this game identical. one error. That was by Andrews. Rangers have left 7. Indians have left 6. Jason Donald singled and scored in the second. Since then, he has struck out twice and grounded to third. Brantley has some speed. He is 13 out of 18 stealing. Only Cabrera has more stolen bases among the Indians this year. But remember, Napoli has gunned down 3 would-be base stealers. And strike one at 95 on the Donald attempt to bunt. In extra innings this year, the Indians are 3-4. The Rangers are 3-3.
Oh, he got him. Oh, boy, that was close. Looked like he was going on that play. A little stutter step before he got back there. Yeah, he was going. No, he's safe. Got back. Trying to change that bunt to a hit and run right there.
Young at third on the edge of the grass. Andrews and Kinsler hoping to turn another double play behind Feliz. Rangers have 2 double plays tonight. One of them a strike him out, throw him out. And Napoli thinking about the snap throw down to first. The longest game the Rangers have played this year went 14 innings, May 27th against Kansas City. This is about to become the longest game by time if it goes much longer. Getting pretty close. Holland and Jimenez throwing a lot of pitches, especially Jimenez given big early leads. Bullpen solid behind him with the exception of 1 pitch. Ranger bullpen also excellent. And this should be 2 again. 4-6-3. Andrews taking time to jump over Brantley.
Well, it was a hit and run play. They did change from the bunt to the hit and run. Fortunately, Elvis was covering. Ian held his ground, and it was such a hard hit ball that even with the runner running, they still completed the double play. Both middle infielders held their ground. Elvis would have covered if he had to, but they both held their ground. And Ian was in position to catch the ball. Hard slide by Brantley, but he misses. And Elvis dodges it and makes the throw.
First pitch to Carrera popped up. Moreland waiting for it.
He pitched an inning and 2/3 in 11 pitches.
A couple of double plays playing a pretty big role there. In the Ranger 11, Chavez, Kinsler, and Andrews. Helped out by a couple of double plays, and now Rafael Perez on for his second inning. As Chavez, Kinsler, and Andrews, the Rangers' 11th inning. Matty Acta's bullpen now only has Frank Herman and Tony Sipp out there unused. The Ranger bullpen has only Koji Uehara and Darren Oliver. As Chavez steps up with a tough 0 for 3. Drove in a run on a sacrifice fly in the 6th. Also lined to second and has looked at a couple of strike threes. Sacrifice fly was a very hard hit liner out to Fukudome and right. And that brought home Mitch Moreland back in the 6th inning. And made it 7-5, which it stayed until 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. And Young tied it with his dramatic 2-run homer. This pop-up will be handled by Cabrera. Well, there have been a lot of big defensive moments, including the strike him out, throw him out. Fukudome not even bothering to slide in the 10th inning. Second pitch thrown by Feliz, 6-4-3. In the 11th, even with the runner going, it turns 4-6-3. The Rangers have made more errors than anybody, but they have also turned in more double plays, and they are all fun to watch. Here's Kinsler. Started the game with a double, stole third, scored on a wild pitch.
We've seen Perez, when he was throwing the ball well, be 92, 93 with that left-handed sinker pitch. Today it's 85, 86. Not throwing very hard. Gotten 4 straight outs, though.
Kinsler is 2 for 4 against him. And another well hit out. Line to Cabrera. That's at least a half dozen hard hit outs turned in by the Indian defense. 2 outs here in the 11th, and here is Andrews. A walk, an RBI single. Since then, a strikeout and 2 groundouts. Elvis 1 for 3 against Perez. And trying to bunt his way on here, and he does it. Perfectly placed, getting Laporta off the bag. Perez couldn't get there in time, and now Josh Hamilton will bat with the winning run aboard and 2 outs in the 11th.
That's the goal with this kind of a bunt. When you push it, you want to push it so that the first baseman has to field it and then beat the pitcher to the mound. And that's a pretty great example of it right there. It has to be far enough towards second base where the first baseman can't field it and come back and tag the bag. He has to throw it to the pitcher, and then Elvis just beats the pitcher to the bag.
Boy, now you can feel the electricity in the ballpark now with Josh Hamilton up. He kept the 9th inning going with a 2-out single off Chris Perez. And Elvis will take second. A base hit now can win it for the Rangers. Santana unable to glove that wild pitch. So again, Hamilton batting with the game on the line. 2 outs, as he did in the 9th when he drove a 1-0 pitch to right field just ahead of a home run by Young that kept this game going. Who could forget his last walk-off July 9th against Bailey and the A's? The upper deck shot. Bouncer here. Cabrera not in time. Elvis is coming home, and the Rangers win it.
That is some kind of win right there. First baseman had no idea what was going on that play. Elvis just kept right on coming. Dave Anderson's an excellent third base coach. He called the play. Josh dove and beat the play. And the Rangers come from 7-2 down early, pound the ball all over the ballpark, and finally pull out a win. Boy, that is some kind of win tonight.
And Elvis is officially forgiven for the error that led into the 2 unearned runs while Holland was in. That seems years ago. Well, your usual walk-off infield single, scoring a man from second base. We've seen Josh Hamilton do that a couple times last year. Score from second on a ball that never left the infield. Now he's at the plate, and Elvis Andrus turns that trick.
Yeah, that's pretty good when you can hit a ground ball to shortstop with a man on second and get a walk-off RBI single.
The Indians are thinking this is going to end the inning. Hamilton easily safe at first, and by the time Laporta knows what's happening, it's way late.
Yeah, Laporta had no idea what was going on. Laporta's going to catch the ball, take a look at the umpire. Whoops. Elvis sneaks right in and scores. Never hesitated.
And he knew well before he got to the plate that he was about to end this game and get dogpiled. And Michael Young joins us. Boy, what a memorable win this turns into. And let's talk about, first of all, how that game ended. What an ending. Elvis running all the way from second.
Just a great play by Elvis. Like you said, no hesitation. It's almost like he anticipated the play on the right side of the field. He was going to have a final way to score. Josh busted down the line. And just a huge win for us. I mean, we're playing a really quality team right now. They got a really good pen, and it was nice for us to push some runs across late.
Mike, your last 2 times up, you're facing a couple of pitchers that don't give up many home runs. You almost had one in the 7th inning. What were you looking for there in the 9th inning when you got the home run pitch? I
wasn't looking to do too much. Like you said, there are 2 quality pitchers that they had coming in late in that game. So I was just trying to keep the inning alive, see if I can hit something hard, hopefully push the runners across a little bit, and give Nelly a shot at it.
What does a win like this do for you? You're down so big, so early, 3-0 before you even get to bat, 7-2, and to come back and win this game. What does this feel like?
Well, it feels good because we picked each other up. You know, Derek didn't have his best game, but he's been doing a great job picking us up too. His last game in Toronto, we didn't score much, but he threw a shutout to pick us up. So I think it's a good team win. Hopefully it's something we can use for some momentum. But now that we're getting into the last month and a half, 2 months, it's time for us to put our foot on the gas a little bit and go make some stuff happen.
Yeah, Mike, watching that game, it looked like all game long you guys were hitting the ball great. You must have hit 6 or 7 hard-hit balls that were caught. Was there ever time in the game where you're wondering what you have to do to get a run across?
No, we just kind of said keep swinging it, keep making hard contact. They played a hell of a defensive game. I mean, they were making some great plays. Our center fielder might have had the player of the year. The second base made a couple really good plays, and they played well. Just one of those games where you like being a home team because you get the last shot at it.
Absolutely.
Last shot won it. Michael Young kept it going. 2-run, 9th inning home run. Congratulations for the win, and we appreciate the visit.
Thanks, fellas.
Michael Young tonight, 2 more hits. He is 3 away from 2,000. For Tom Grieve, Melissa Newton, and our entire crew, this is Dave Barnett. Join us tomorrow at 7 on Fox Sports Southwest as this series with the Indians continues. Coming up next, the TXA 21 Rangers postgame show. Tonight's game produced by Kurt Dykert and directed by Dave Burchett. Associate producers Kelly Donaldson and Eric Josephson. Thanks for watching.